how's it going, everyone? It's My Guy Knows a Guy here on my sports predictions channel. It's time for the Western Conference Finals Game 1 tonight. I can't wait to watch this game with you all. The sharpest chat on earth. Thank you for your patience. You can tell I haven't streamed for a few days now. Had a technical difficulty getting things up with my just my setup in the background, but I'm here now. NBA picks, player props, and predictions. San Antonio Spurs versus the OKC Thunder, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. I'll be here for the entire game. I'm going to look to add maybe some more bets now as well. Maybe put together a parlay before the game starts. How do you guys feel about the action? Much love to all of you. Thanks for all of your support. I've had a lot going on recently, but I'm here to enjoy the game with you guys today. Best of luck to you with all of your bets. We're almost at the finish line, guys, the end of the regular season, but it won't stop there because I am betting the WNBA now. But I do want to say thank you guys for being here. If you're new here, I'm My Guy Knows a Guy. This is my sports betting channel. I usually go live both before and during the games. Was really active during the regular season, 5, 6, sometimes 7-hour streams during the games, all evening, all season long. Gonna try to get back to a consistent stretch here for the entire conference finals and the NBA finals. Wemby, SGA, we have the MVP trophy ceremony about to take place before the game, I believe about 30-40 minutes before tip-off, to give Shai Gilgeous-Alexander his second consecutive MVP award that many people were not pleased with. Well, some people weren't happy. Everyone expected it, but some people just weren't happy with the timing and the reporting with Shams and stuff like that today. But I have projections for more players. I kept it light for today, guys. Now, I do want to say, hold on. These bets are half-unit bets on the screen. I'm just sharing what I bet already. I'm going to try to maybe put together a parlay, a same-game parlay. Maybe bet the side as well. I'll give you guys my leans as well for every player on the board, how I think the game is going to unfold. And I'll tell you why I didn't bet the spread pregame. I might try to snipe a better line for either team in game. So I'm going to be live here on stream for the entire game. As I said, can't wait. Tomorrow as well, I'll be streaming for the Cavaliers New York Knicks Game 1. Should be a very entertaining series as well. No matter what side you guys are on, drop your bets in the chat. Let me open up the chat and hold on, everyone. Let's see what Tony Brothers, Scott Foster, who's officiating the game today. I need to look that up. In the NBA where suspicious lives. Let's see what happens today. Should be a great game. Two absolute juggernauts in the Western Conference. Many people are assuming that this is the this is the true NBA Finals. I do think that's a tad bit disrespectful to the Knicks and the Cavs, but those are my opinions there. Either way, I mean, it should be one of the better series that we've seen, not only in this year's postseason, but over the last couple of seasons. That's if things go, according to the, public perception, if things align with public perception. Everyone is expecting absolute fireworks here. I mean, you look at all of the advanced offensive and defensive metrics for both of these teams this season. It's been so impressive to see. I mean, they've clearly been the two best teams in the NBA. I mean, you don't need me to tell you that from a variety of angles. Some people were very high on the Pistons. I wasn't as high in the regular season because of the lack of shot making in the rotation. That was definitely at the forefront yesterday when they got blown out at home by the Cavaliers. But in terms of today's matchup, I'm going to get into the injury report. And as I said, I have a lot of information to share with you. Let me just see who's here and give everyone who's here a shout out. Drop your bets in the chat and hit the like button for me as well. Let's get as many likes as possible. It helps more people to see my stream. You guys know when you guys are, not as active here on YouTube, you sort of fall out of the algorithm. It happens on a variety of social platforms, and you guys can help my stream be seen by more people. Everyone that's watching, hit the like button for me and subscribe to my channel. Before we get started, because I'm going to properly label these bets on the screen. Hold on. These are all half-unit bets, chat. These are all three of these bets are half-unit bets, risking a half unit with Victor Wembanyama, 4+ blocks. I don't see many people with that bet today, but either way, that's the bet that I like for Wemby here. I do have an idea for a same game parlay that I'm going to drop before tip off here on the stream. I have an idea for another Wemby related parlay, at least one of the legs of a parlay. But hit the like button for me. Victor Wembanyama, aka Wemby, aka Alien, to record 4+ blocks. Apologies, at plus 110 odds on FanDuel. Risking a half unit there. His teammate on the San Antonio Spurs, Keldon Johnson, over 8.5 points at minus 118 odds to win a half unit. And then Julian Champagnie, I'm going a bit against the grain here because he is in decent form, but either way, I'm betting on Julian Champagnie of the Spurs to go under 9.5 points. Let me know who you guys think is going to win this game tonight in the chat. Who's going to cover the spread? And speaking of the spread, there is a poll in the chat right now. Who covers the spread tonight? 6.5 point line. OKC, they're healthy now, as you can see on the screen. Jalen Williams is back. No minutes restriction for J-Dub. Both teams are at full strength. De'Aaron Fox and Luke Cornett were both listed as questionable, but they are both going to play now, or at least they're expected to play. So, no surprises there. But who do you guys think is going to cover the spread today, the full game spread? There's a poll pinned in the chat. Let's get everyone's opinion there. And let me just see who's in the chat now. So much love to you guys, and I want to say thank you for being here. This community is nothing without you guys. And let's try to end the season with a bang. Let's try to end things off on a high note. Let's see how many real ones are here. Thank you so much to my bro Jay Darby in the chat for that super chat donation. I just had to refresh the chat. I truly appreciate you, fam. One of the absolute realists through the wins and losses all season long. He said, "What's up, my guy? Let's enjoy a great game and make some money." That sounds like a plan, brother. And thank you for that kind gesture. Best of luck to you and everyone else that's here. Yeah, my bro Gold in the chat as well. You are right about that. Welcome back though, bro. And Jay Darby, how's it going? Red Beard in the chat. Best of luck to you. Shout out to the members as well. Ace of Spade, he said, "I need money." Christian Davis, I said he likes the Spurs today. Well, welcome back, Christian Davis. My boy Zhao in the chat from Brazil as well. He said, "Hey, chat, what about Devin Vassell, 3+ assists? Stephon Castle, 2 and 2 threes today. How about Stephon Castle sniping against the T-Wolves?" And I do see Christian Davis. I'll take a look at that for you in a second, Zhao, and give you my notes there. Christian Davis in the chat, he said, "Let's see if ABC, if you guys are outside the U.S., the television network in the U.S. leaks anything before Game 7. Wasn't that crazy? And did anyone verify if that was real? I tweeted about it on social media on the weekend before Game 7 yesterday for that Cavs-Pistons game. I mean, if you guys don't know, most of you probably know, but an ABC TV channel affiliate leaked a TV promo, a commercial promoting that the Cavaliers would play the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals for Game 1 before Game 7 against the Pistons. So it was like, what was that? What was that? That was crazy. And then the Cavs blew them out in Game 7. What a crazy. I mean, we're never going to hear about it again. That's the nature of professional sports. We'll never hear about it again. Adam Fears, how's it going, brother? Salute to you as well. Jay Darby dropping bets in the chat as well. 2-leg parlay for him. OKC money line with the under 224.5. Best of luck, Jay Darby. Speak your mind. Said this game is going to be lit. I must agree. Hopefully. The game does start in about an hour. I'm about to get to my notes and other information that I have to share with you. Maybe add more bets in a second. Let me just give everyone a shout out here. Hit the like button for me. Marvin in the chat, he said, "I need a bounce back parlay, bro. What have you got?" Well, nothing is a lock, but I'm going to put something together here before game time. And these bets on the screen are straight bets, Marvin NYC. But welcome back, my bro Zach Zate as well. Hope you're enjoying the new home, brother. Zach Zate, Jimmy NY, he's rolling with the OKC Thunder to cover the first quarter, -1.5. He's rolling with the rested team there. And apologies, yeah, Zhao is from Portugal in the chat. Listen, I am goated. Welcome back. Who else is here? The non-gambles like Spurs money line tonight. Christian Davis likes Spurs money line tonight. I do see that's a pretty popular pick, but the Spurs have cashed many tickets, even when the public has been on them this season. I mean, look at some of the matchups in the regular season against OKC. I actually learned the hard way, I think, in the first two meetings, not to fade the Spurs when they play OKC in the regular season. Things might change tonight. It's the playoffs. Both teams are healthy. We have to take it with a grain of salt just a bit, because OKC was missing players in some of those matchups. But then on the other side of things, Victor Wembanyama was on a minutes restriction for, I think, every appearance against OKC in the regular season. So, you can't discredit Wemby as well. Juan Chavez in the chat likes Chet Holmgren under 14.5 points. Looks like an alt line, plus 125, best of luck. And Rican Ronan, welcome back as well. He said it was legit. Someone at that TV studio was fired. Oh, so someone got, yes, yeah, I'm assuming that they had to. They had to. That was crazy to see that commercial get leaked. It was actually hilarious. It was hilarious. How does that even happen in 2026? I mean, you have one job. You're a television producer somewhere in some ABC News affiliate somewhere on the East Coast, and you leak the script. Adam Silver was not pleased. I'm only halfway trolling there. Zhao says he can only play straight bets in Portugal. That sucks. What sort of... Don't you guys have Bet365 in Portugal or no? Zach Zay said Alien Wemby in the Western Final is not going to be fair. My bro P Patrol, welcome back as well. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Larry Mavid as well, welcome back. Just want to Wake and Bake DK, Andre Rogers, EWM community. Want to make sure I give all of the real ones that had notifications that were patiently waiting for so long. Matt Harris as well. So let's go ahead and break things down. Let's see if we can add some bets as well. And let me just refresh my notes, guys. We're going to start with the spread, the total, and then I'll go down the line. Charles Burney in the chat as well. I see you, brother. We're going to go down the line and go, maybe not every player, but most of the players on the board. I have some decent notes for here. I do think this game might be a decent game for player props here. The familiarity of the opponents. And I do think with some of the smoke screens that we saw on the injury report, although things have stabilized at this hour with De'Aaron Fox and Jalen Williams, that might present some opportunities for other players here, because I'm looking at the board. Some of the lines still haven't adjusted entirely. So let me get into it. Give me a second. And last but not least, vote on the poll in the chat, guys. So Spurs, Thunder, guys. This is the sixth meeting of the season, which is pretty decent sample size. But as I said, a ton of moving parts when they met in the regular season. Now, the first meeting was that it was essentially a classic. The Spurs won by 2 points in the NBA Cup. What was that? The quarterfinals, right? No, it was the semifinals, and that was an electric game. They won by 2 points. Victor Wembanyama was on a minutes restriction. I think that's the game where he returned after missing a few weeks. And then after that, the Spurs won by 20 points against OKC. Then they won by 15 points on the road in OKC. That was supposed to be the revenge spot on Christmas Day. You guys all know what happened there. OKC was competing, was pretty effective for about a quarter, and then things completely fell apart. That three-headed monster, De'Aaron Fox in the backcourt, Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle. I mean, they applied a ton of pressure in that particular game. Played a flawless game, in my opinion, after the first quarter. Went back and watched some of that this weekend as well. And then after that, there was the sort of reverse revenge spot with OKC where they beat the Spurs by 21 points. That was back on January 13th. That was the fourth meeting of the season. And OKC blew them out. That was one of the biggest underdog spots of any team in the entire regular season. I just remember that day and how, the hype was building for the Spurs. People were questioning, have the tables already turned before the playoffs for the Spurs and OKC in terms of the who's the big dog in the Western Conference. OKC, at least for that night, they put those concerns to rest. They played a clean game front to back, and they got it done by forcing a ton of turnovers as well. Wemby looked human. on that particular day. You rarely see this Spurs team fail to score 100 points. And then in the final meeting of the season, back on February 4th, it was a Spurs 10-point win. The Spurs were at home. But we have to remember that there was some gamesmanship with OKC that day. Most of their starters were out that day. And some of these role players like AJ Mitchell, a few other players, I mean, they did a pretty decent effort to keep that game competitive. But either way, that game is not going to be useful as it relates to us, not very useful as it relates to us analyzing this game today. So just wanted to go over the what happened in the regular season between these two teams. The Spurs at the moment, they've covered the spread in 2 straight times now, closing out the Minnesota Timberwolves in impressive fashion, winning by an average of 29 points a game, almost 30 points a game in games 5 and 6 against Minnesota. Now, obviously, there are levels to this. OKC is obviously a step above what the Timberwolves were able to provide in terms of defensive resistance, in terms of 3-point shooting, top, when you go up and down their roster as well, the bench performance depth as well, and I mean, maybe coaching as well. Obviously, they have the MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But looking at what San Antonio did in the final 2 games of the series against Minnesota, they, made a pretty, good calculation that they can have success against Minnesota if they speed things up. They really ran Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle to a lesser degree off of the floor at times. And the Timberwolves looked gassed. We all know that the Spurs have so many dynamic athletes that are obviously in peak condition. Most of these obviously all of these players are other NBA athletes. They're machines, but there are levels to this. And the Spurs team, with what they're able to throw at you in terms of their physicality on the perimeter, their conditioning as well, they seem to get stronger as games progress. It is very impressive when you zoom out a bit and look at their season long profitability metrics, ATS. They are on full game. They're 54-38 and 2 against the spread, full game this season against the spread. They are a dominant team. They've been a money printer. I believe that when you factor in the playoffs, they are the most profitable team in the NBA to bet on this season against the spread. I have to go back and double check that. They're either first or second. We've seen this OKC team regress in terms of covering spreads this season, but that's largely due to the fact of the dominance that the historic season last year and the championship tax of inflated point spreads the following season for reigning champions, and we saw that in much of the regular season. But things did change for the majority of the playoffs so far. I mean, the Phoenix Suns and the LA Lakers were not able to compete against OKC. I mean, this OKC team hasn't lost a game. They're yet to lose a game in the playoffs so far, sweeping the Suns, sweeping the Lakers. I would be very surprised if they sweep OKC in this game. And obviously the interesting dynamic here is going to be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander against Wemby in the MVP talks. The trophy ceremony is any moment now. Shai is going to obviously try to have his best performance, on trophy night, as MVP trophy night. But, he's been there, he's done that. This is not the first time he's experiencing this feeling. And this is a team that has already won a championship as well. And when you look across the aisle at the Spurs and their rotation, they want, unless you're Harrison Barnes, who won a championship, I believe, was here his second season with the Warriors. Unless you're Harrison Barnes, they want what OKC has. They want to be, the cream of the crop. They want to be the dominant team. In terms of a path to this point, the Western Conference Finals, I mean, Minnesota, Anthony Edwards wasn't exactly 100%. He did look a bit healthier towards the end of the series, but, Minnesota wasn't fully healthy with Dante DiVincenzo. And then earlier in the series, Ayo Dosunmu was banged up as well, although he got healthy later in the series. When you consider health, Luka Doncic was out as well on the OKC side of things. Austin Reeves. It's been a breeze for both of these teams, pretty much until this point. Now, it's a 6.5 point line. You guys don't need me to tell you, most of planet Earth bet on the San Antonio Spurs here today. I'm going to wait to bet on this spread in game. I can make a case for both sides. There's the rest angle with OKC. We've seen that. We saw in game one against the Lakers that the rest versus rust dynamic didn't really hurt them. Wow, they tricked us. They tricked us, guys. Breaking news: 30 minutes ago, head coach Mitch Johnson of the San Antonio Spurs said that De'Aaron Fox was expected to play. Now, De'Aaron Fox has been ruled out. So an absolute stunner on the injury report for game one of the Western Conference Finals. This is going to change the dynamic of this game. Many of you do remember that De'Aaron Fox did hurt his ankle in game 6 against the Timberwolves, and then he went to the locker room, but then he immediately returned, and then he actually finished the game for the Spurs, and he looked healthy for that game. De'Aaron Fox is a player that I've been highly critical of. He's one of the first inductees to the Hall of Fame of the storage room, where I ban players for player props in the regular season. But in the playoffs, he really did turn things around. I mean, De'Aaron Fox has been playing at a very high level in terms of taking care of the basketball, his defensive chops, and hitting threes as well, his distribution. De'Aaron Fox is out, guys. I mean, this is the NBA where suspicious lives, and we have a stunner on the injury report. How do you guys feel about that? Do you guys see that on the screen? Thanks for the update to Jay Darby. Rise Up Inspired, welcome back. It's levels to this. Charles Burney, Karma Guru, Bill's Showtime, Kevin, John Preston. Yeah. So how do you guys feel about that? I'll let you know if the line budges here, and it's not only going to hurt because of the veteran leadership of a player like De'Aaron Fox, who at this stage in his career is a veteran. It's going to hurt because of the consistency and the continuity that was building for the Spurs in that lineup until this point in the postseason, guys. The name of the game in the postseason, beyond health, is continuity, is chemistry, and when you look at the fluidity in the offense with De'Aaron Fox, and the different lineups, whether it's Fox with Harper, whether it's Fox with Castle, whether all three of them are on the court at the same time, with Victor Wembanyama anchoring the defense. I mean, the fluidity that we've seen in the Spurs offense was really, starting to really reach another level. And that is reflected by the incredibly high total. Not the incredibly high total. That's reflected by the fact that the Spurs have gone over the pregame total 5 straight times. It seems like their offense was starting to roll in a positive way, snowball in a positive way. And let's see what happens with De'Aaron Fox out. We can expect adjustments to Dylan Harper's points prop line. Obviously, Stephon Castle. The entire world is probably about to bet on Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper at inflated lines here. My advice would be to be careful. We did see some instances in the regular season where Stephon Castle went under his points prop line when De'Aaron Fox was out. Sometimes he'll get really close to 17, 18, 19 and a half without Fox and come up just short. But, he's a young player who is gaining, who is growing in confidence. So, I mean, that does throw out some of what I was about to share in terms of my spread bets here. I'm going to try to bet the spread in game one, in-game, live during the game with you guys. Welcome back, my bro Badu, Barry Roselle as well. John Preston says, I'm jumping on OKC minus 6.5 before it changes. Yeah, let's see what happens. I mean, the entire world did bet on the Spurs today. Everyone's on the Spurs money line, even to win the series. But at the same time, the public does cash at times. There's that, but let's see what happens, guys. Let me go to a few other metrics here. I'll give the player prop board just a minute or two to refresh and see where some of these lines stabilize at for key players on the Spurs side of things. And I'll get to some player props on the board as well. I have 3 that I already bet, so you can see them on the screen if you're just joining the stream. Victor Wembanyama to record 4+ blocks at plus 110 odds. Keldon Johnson over 8.5 points. That line might budge by a point. You never know. And Julian Champagnie under 9.5 points at minus 125 odds. That the last one was on DraftKings. The first two bets were on FanDuel. Okay, so let me. And yeah, I've had a ton of success with all three of these players this season. I'm not the biggest defensive props bettor, but I do like Wemby for 4+ blocks today. When you look at, this guy really has bullied Chet Holmgren, who I'm going to talk about in a second. This season, he bullied Chet in their matchups. He seems to really, rise to the occasion when Chet is lined up on the other side of the court. I'm talking about Wemby defensively. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Chet Holmgren in this series. Chet had a distinct matchup edge against the Lakers and against the Suns. We can't say that against the Spurs in any form. Against the Lakers, against the Suns, Chet had a distinct, definitive matchup edge against both of those teams because of his ability to stretch the floor, matched up against, Mark Williams didn't feature very heavily, but Oso Ighodaro for the Suns at the center position. He's flat-footed, goofy. He's a good rim protector, but he cannot defend bigs that shoot the three out there on the perimeter, and Chet Holmgren made him pay. Against the Lakers, same thing happened to DeAndre Ayton and Jackson Hayes. Chet Holmgren took all three of those players to school. He won't be able to do that against Wemby. Maybe he'll be able to bulk up and get to the free throw line. Maybe we'll see an adjustment from Chet, but obviously Wemby has the matchup edge there. And let's get to some more notes here, and I'll see if I can put together a parlay. I just want to say thank you guys for being here as well, and I do hope you guys enjoy the game. I have to just log back into a book here. I have a couple books logged in here on my PC, but give me a moment. Okay, so De'Aaron Fox isn't playing, so some of what I'm about to say doesn't have as much value, isn't as valuable. But when you look at some of the advanced offensive metrics for both of these teams, things have been pretty over the last 3 games. Things have been pretty even. Although the OKC does have a bit of an edge with their 3-point shooting recently. Let's see if they're rusty to start this game. Jalen Williams is back. Sometimes we do see scenarios where star players destabilize teams offensively in the first game when they return. Sometimes. But this team has enough chemistry over the years where, maybe that won't affect them. But OKC did shoot the lights out from 3 in the final 3 games of the series against the Lakers, shooting 40% from the 3-point line. The Spurs aren't too far behind, 36.5%, still above league average in their final 3 games against Minnesota. But De'Aaron Fox was a big part of that, and he's not playing today. When you look at the assist to turnover ratio, OKC was playing a very unselfish brand of basketball, sharing the ball without Jalen Williams. We regularly saw Shai Gilgeous-Alexander stuff the stat sheet with his assists in the playoffs so far, without J-Dub making a concerted effort to get his teammates involved. Both teams have been excellent from the free throw line. Both teams have been getting to the free throw line at a rapid clip. Both teams have been dominating in the playoffs in terms of the average margin of victory. The Spurs have won their last 3 games by an average of 18 points. The OKC Thunder won their last 3 games by an average of 15 points. When you look at ball security, though, and taking care of the basketball, OKC does have a bit of an edge there over the last 3 games in the playoffs. The Spurs, that factor might be heightened just a bit here without De'Aaron Fox, without a floor general on the court. Are Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle going to take care of the basketball today? We have seen an uptick in their turnovers, over the last couple of games, but it didn't matter because of the explosive output on the offensive side of the court. So that could be a factor in today's game. But as I said, the numbers on the Spurs side of things are a bit skewed because De'Aaron Fox is out. Welcome back, John Preston. Drop your bets, guys. Welcome back, my bro Mike as well. My brother Jared Weiss as well. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic evening, and everyone else in the chat as well. Hit the like button for me, brothers. Enjoy the game. So with that said, and then also, this total just dropped 3 points. It went from 2. No, it didn't. It didn't drop at all. Actually, hold on. Let me refresh the book. Hold on. It dropped a point without De'Aaron Fox. We all know he loves to push the pace as well. The pregame total did drop a point from 221.5 to about 220.5 on some major books. Some of the offshores are still listed at 221.5, but so there's that. But with the way the Spurs have been pushing the pace, I'm not going to bet the total pregame. I do lean towards the under here. Two teams with, they're defensively ferocious basketball clubs here, a ton of rim protection. I do lean towards the under, but I'm going to see if I can get a better line on the spread and the total in game. When the game starts, I'm going to be here and give you guys my best in-game commentary. I'll tell you guys exactly what I see in terms of strategy on the court as well. And if I'm very likely to. I'm likely to add live bets. So let's go player by player and go through some of my pregame notes and for player props here. And let's see if I can actually add some bets. I also want to say thank you to everyone that watched my WNBA, the Women's League picks video on Friday. It was my first day betting WNBA this season, and I went 5-0. I swept the board. I won all 5 picks. If you're interested in WNBA picks as well, I'm going to upload a video for you guys tomorrow or Wednesday. Subscribe to my channel and turn notifications on. I'll be doing NBA live streams like this as well. So everyone that's watching, subscribe and hit the like button for me because I'm trying to get to 10,000 subs. So we're going to start with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, everyone. MVP trophy ceremony. Let me know if you guys are watching the pregame show on TV. Let me know if they've already presented Shai with the MVP trophy. They're going to be doing a pregame ceremony to give Adam Silver to present him with the MVP award. Starting with Shai here, his points prop line, is set at 30.5 on most books. It's up to 31.5 on PointsBet, shaded line there. I'll be honest with when I crunch the numbers here, but this was factoring. This was expecting De'Aaron Fox to play today. I did lean towards Shai to go under 30.5. It's a lean right now, but I have him right under 29 in this game. When I crunch the numbers, you guys know I do try to model things out on a player-by-player basis to the best of my ability to control for as many variables as I can. Sometimes curveballs are thrown, like De'Aaron Fox, who would be matched up with him for a lot of the game. But Stephon Castle is still a premier defender. Shai is one of the best scorers we've seen in this generation of basketball, especially this new school generation. His ability to get to the free throw line that people for some reason criticize. I understand from an entertainment perspective, but you want your star players to get to the free throw line at a rapid clip. But it's his offensive efficiency from mid range. He's improved as a 3-point shooter again this season. His shiftiness, he's nimble. He's able to outwit double teams as well. But in this particular matchup, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes just a bit under his points line at 30.5. But I'm gonna maybe wait to see. Maybe we can bet it live. I'm not even opposed to betting over if he gets off to a great start. Moving on to Victor Wembanyama, who is currently listed at 23.5 points. He was listed at 24.5, but it's dropped to 23.5 on the Score Bet and DraftKings. I lean towards the over 23.5 with Wemby here. He's got to the free throw line at a rapid clip many times against Chet Holmgren. I don't see what else is going to change in this game as well. We also might see scenarios where Wemby tries to hunt out Isaiah Hartenstein and get him dragged out closer to the perimeter for that jump shot. Now that is a bit of a wild card in this game because we didn't see the double big lineup that's been so effective in the playoffs so far. I've called it a brick wall in front of the rim of Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein. We didn't see that in every matchup against the Spurs in the regular season. I think we saw that double big lineup in 3 of the 5 matchups. But Isaiah Hartenstein, his usage rate has really increased in the playoffs. They had him wrapped in bubble wrap. He has an injury history. But they definitely wanted to make sure he was ready for the playoffs. That is an interesting dynamic in this game because Luke Kornet, the backup center for the Spurs, was listed questionable for this game, but he's going to play. He's expected to play. But if he's not 100%, that does hurt the Spurs and their depth at the center position because of Luke Kornet only plays 10 to 15 minutes a game, but he really does take pressure off of Wemby at times. Because Wemby does exert maximum effort. He does get gassed at times with his conditioning. You guys remember the blood clot issues about 15 months ago, about a year ago as well. And we have seen at times, Wemby have ridiculous starts to the game and then sort of slow down a bit in the second half, just a bit. It hasn't been documented that this is a conditioning problem per se. But Luke Kornet does take pressure off of Wemby if he's ever in foul trouble, or if they're up by a decent margin and they can manage Wemby's minutes to make sure he's ready for the next game, ready to roll. So yeah, I mean, I do think that that's an interesting dynamic today. But either way, even with the double big lineup that's going to be fielded by the OKC Thunder, I do lean towards Wemby over 23.5 points. I think 20 plus could be a decent parlay piece. That might be something that I put together in a parlay here. How much time do we have? We have about 40 minutes until we have a lot of time before tip off. So I'll go through as many players as I can. I'll try to add more bets as well. So I have Wemby at, it's kind of crazy because OKC has a, historically good defense. I have Wemby at just over 25 points in this matchup. I had to actually run the numbers again. And I have to share that. On the blocks side of things with the blocks equation, a lot of it is the matchup against Chet and how Chet has looked timid, a bit weak against Wemby in the past, although Chet is rolling at the moment. But when you look at the rim percentage, the rim attack percentage, which is the percentage of offensive possessions that end in a shot attempt at the rim for OKC, we've seen a pretty dramatic uptick in that category in the playoffs. That is conducive to blocks for opposing centers, especially centers that block the ball at a rapid clip. So I do think that I'm never going to say that 4+ blocks has value, but Wemby is obviously an anomaly in that category because of his height, his wingspan. And I do think that we could see one of those Wemby block parties. I actually went back to my spreadsheet and looked. I've only bet Wemby's blocks 3 times this season. I won all 3 of those bets. But obviously that's a very small sample size. So take that with a grain of salt. I also think he has a decent chance with his rebounds today as well at over 12.5, maybe 10 plus here as well. Going to move on beyond Wemby here to Stephon Castle. Give me a second. Also, guys, I'm going to ask you once, kindly, please, community, hit the like button. We have 143 people watching live. We have 59 likes. I truly appreciate everyone that's watching and the people that already hit the like button. But let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do this just for now. Let's get the stream up above 100 likes. 100 likes, and I will put together that parlay that I was talking about for you guys for this game that we can sweat together. Nothing is guaranteed, but I have some in, maybe 2 actually. I have at least 1 in mind, but everyone that's watching, hit the like button, and everyone that's not subscribed to my channel, subscribe to my channel and turn notifications on. This. I do have some data that, tells me that around 40% of the people that watch my content are not subscribed to my channel. So kindly take a second to do that. As soon as we get to 100, likes, I will drop a same game parlay for Spurs OKC game 1 here. So yeah, moving on to Stephon Castle in my notes. My bro King Cobb's in the chat. Best of luck, Fab. Best of luck. One of the absolute realists. Mike said Montreal's up 1-0. Okay. Oh, yeah, Jared said that. Mike said SGA has been playing terrible. The Lakers and Suns now step up in defense. I'm saying under, bro. Yeah, I do lean towards under, but, Jalen Williams being back does throw my calculus off just a bit there because you're getting a bit of a better line on Shai. And, let's see what happens. How's it going, King Cobb's Digital Print House as well in the chat. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Joao in the chat said, can you talk about assists, double-double, and three-pointers for Wemby? Yeah, let me go through that now. So for assists for Victor Wembanyama, it's at 2.5. We've seen him, have a decent amount of potential assists over his last 4 games. This line might be a bit of an over adjustment though at 2.5. It's at -178. I think 2+ assists might be a decent parlay piece here, but it's not something that I'm going to bet today for Wemby here. With that double big lineup, you never know. They might try to, overwhelm Wemby down in the low post with Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren. That could put the onus on the Spurs to knock down shots from long range, and maybe Wemby's assist could benefit from that. But I do think that we're going to see points and rebounds from Wemby in this game. How's it going, Digital Print House? And threes as well. So in the Portland series, hold on, chat. Almost had you guys know what a Charlie horse is? I was playing ball earlier. My hamstring almost locked up live on stream. That would have been crazy if a Charlie horse there. But either way, looking at threes. Hold on. Yeah, so against the Blazers, Wemby, he sort of dipped in his 3-point metrics, but he's played a bit better recently over his last 4 games. His threes aren't set at 2.5 anymore. They're at 1.5. I think that 1.5 might be a decent, a decent gamble. But honestly, that's not something that I'm going to be looking at in this particular game as well. I like Wemby's points line more than I like the threes line by itself. But hey, 1.5 is a pretty low line, but we haven't seen the highest amount of volume either for Wemby. It seems like the volume does. Actually, no, only in the previous game he was 0 for 2. Before that, he did attempt 5 threes, 1 3 before that, but then he attempted 5 again and then 7, and then he went 0 for 8 in game 1 against the Spurs. But that was that loss, that shocking win for Minnesota in game 1 of that second round series. So Stephon Castle's coming off that, the best playoff game of his career. When you look at the advanced metrics, I know he scored 30. He scored 33 in game 3 against the Blazers, but he scored 32 in that closeout game against Minnesota. And honestly, he was much more dominant in that game when you consider what he did on the defensive side of things, and against Anthony Edwards as well, especially after the first quarter. The efficiency from 3-point range, knocking down 5 threes. Every time that Minnesota attempted to go on a run, here comes Stephon Castle with another silencer. Now, obviously, the Stephon Castle points line is inflated now. It was 15.5 earlier. You're seeing 18.5 for his points line now with De'Aaron Fox out on BetMGM. And you're also seeing 17.5 on most of the other major books. You can still get 16.5 on Caesars, but at 18.5, I lean towards the under with Stephon Castle, guys. Even 17.5, I lean towards the under with Castle. That is a bit counterintuitive, but as I said, when Fox isn't on the floor, it is easier to key in on Stephon Castle defensively. And we've seen that play out a few times in the regular season, where Stephon Castle struggles with inflated lines when De'Aaron Fox is not in the lineup. So, the public is going to be rushing to bet on Castle. They're going to try to get as much Castle as they can now. And as I said, he benefited from the fact that De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper were next to him, and more space. teams didn't have the luxury to stack up defensively against him on the perimeter. He was knocking down wide open threes against Minnesota, also taking advantage of a lot of favorable one-on-one matchups. Could be a bit much more difficult today for Stephon Castle, just being honest, on an individual basis, against an Alex Caruso, against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is one of the premier defenders in the league amongst superstars. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, don't think he won that MVP award for his offense alone, guys. Alex Caruso, as I said, J-Dub, Lou Dort as well can match up with guards. It's going to be a bit more difficult for Stephon Castle. I actually lean towards the under now with Castle. And I'm going to let you know if I add that. The game it tips off in 40 minutes. And a lot of it has to do with price. So let me know if any other bombshells come in. Luke Cornett is going to play. If any other crazy pieces of info come in on the injury report while I'm talking, guys, in the background. But I do think that the value's gone, though. I wish I would have bet this before the De'Aaron Fox news. I mean, Stephon Castle, that would have been a possible parlay piece for me at over 6.5 assists or even 6+ assists, everyone. 7.5, I'm a bit priced out there. 7.5 is still doable. It's still manageable. But I'm going to pass. If Fox was playing, it's once again, it sounds counterintuitive, but I would bet Stephon Castle over 6.5 assists. Something tells me he might struggle in this game today. Let's see. I mean, let's see. Moving on now. Without Fox in the starting lineup, I mean, this is an inexperienced lineup. The starting lineup for the Spurs at this stage of the game in terms of, making a deep postseason run. Even with Fox, I mean, Fox had never been to this level before. He had never advanced beyond the first round. You do have some, Harrison Barnes is a veteran, but we've seen his usage, his minutes decline dramatically. So those are my thoughts on Stephon Castle. Moving on to Chet Holmgren, because Chet Holmgren has been red hot in the playoffs. His points line is at 15.5. He's cleared this line 5 straight times. Chet Holmgren has been dominant. He's gone over 15.5 points in 8 of his last 10 games as well, averaging 17.3 points a game this season. But isn't it very telling that his points prop line has dipped to 15.5 points? Obviously, it's due to the return of Jalen Williams. If you guys didn't know, Jalen Williams is not going to be on a minutes restriction today. So no minutes cap for J-Dub. And then obviously the matchup against Wemby is not favorable. Now, let's see if his form against the Lakers and the Suns carries over to this series. But I would not bet on that. That's just me. Now, maybe this is the moment where Chet breaks through in terms of his one-on-one matchups against Wemby. But that's something that I'm going to have to see to believe. He has a chance to make me a believer in this series, that Wemby doesn't own him. Maybe we could see him come back down to earth in this matchup. He's another player that I lean towards the under for his points line in this particular game. I'm talking about Chet Holmgren, everyone. So no bets on Chet right now. Going to move on to Devin Vassell, who is an intriguing matchup in this option in this game without De'Aaron Fox. There could be some. Let me see what the line is now first before I say what I'm about to say, because most Spurs, it's moved. De'Aaron Fox, the De'Aaron Fox effect right now. It was 12.5. It's 14.5 now for Devin Vassell. His points line on DraftKings, it's 13.5 on most of the other major books. At 12.5, I would have taken a shot maybe on Devin Vassell, maybe even 10 plus points here. People are going to, rush to bet Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper in the absence of Stephon Castle. That could present value for players like Devin Vassell, for players like Keldon Johnson as well. I hope it doesn't for Julian Champagnie, because I bet his under. I expected De'Aaron Fox to play, but I do think I'm priced out with Devin Vassell at 13.5. It's definitely 14.5 points. 10 plus points might be worth a parlay piece, in my opinion, for Devin Vassell. I had him right around 13, guys. So maybe I should have bet 12.5 earlier. But either way, did they drop the starting lineups? Hold on. Yep, starting lineups for the OKC Thunder are out. The gamesmanship is over. As you guys see, Shai signing some autographs with the fans before he receives his back-to-back MVP trophies in that pregame ceremony. Jalen Williams is starting, so it was pretty funny. Earlier today, there was a reporter that asked OKC head coach Mark Daniel if Jalen Williams was going to start today, and he refused to answer. But we got the answer here. J-Dub is back in the starting lineup after essentially resting against the LA Lakers. So yeah, nothing is changing with the starting lineup in terms of what their normal starting lineup would be pre-hamstring injury for J-Dub and OKC. Let me know in the background. I'm going to change tabs. Let me know in the background if you guys see that starting lineup for the Spurs drop in a moment. And we're going to move on down the board here. Big shout out to the new subscribers to my YouTube channel today. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the sharpest chat on earth. We're going to move on from Devin Vassell to another popular pick, but maybe not as popular with the return of Jalen Williams. Everyone, maybe some steam has been taken off of him in terms of public sentiment. Haven't seen his name floating around as often today on social media. And I'm talking about AJ Mitchell of the OKC Thunder. His points prop line with the return of J-Dub is at 11.5 points across most major books. It's at 12.5 on DraftKings, but this is a player that, you know, when you look at the production that they've received from AJ Mitchell out of Belgium, it's been remarkable. He has vastly outperformed the value of his contract. I mean, when you look at the production, you have to say that he has possibly the most team-friendly contract in the entire National Basketball Association. Scored 20 points, 3 straight games against the Lakers. Lakers fans despise AJ Mitchell right now. Scored 20 points in game 2, 24 points in game 3, 28 points in the closeout sweep game 4. And AJ Mitchell has been, he filled in admirably for Jalen Williams, but his points prop line was set at 14.5, 15.5 points in each of those matchups. 11.5 is more manageable. 11.5 is much more manageable for AJ Mitchell, a player that is one of the most confident role players in the NBA at the moment. His confidence is through the roof. When you look at the degree of difficulty of some of the shots that he was hitting, the way his teammates talk about him, the way his head coach talks about him, he's gained the full trust of this OKC coaching staff. Just filtering here for Jalen Williams playing this season. His minutes have fluctuated, but we've still seen him average 24.7 minutes a game with Jalen Williams playing this season, and he still cleared this line in about 47% of the games that he's played this season. Now, obviously, that's not a profitable run, but over the last 20 games with J-Dub in the lineup, it is 50-50. Maybe 10 plus could be worth a shot here. We know OKC's the deeper team, especially without De'Aaron Fox playing today. Maybe you could see AJ Mitchell take advantage again of the Spurs, a lack of depth towards the end of the rotation. That is a possibility here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see AJ Mitchell go over again. I have to be honest. I'll consider that in this. I'm going to speed things up and try to work on this parlay. Let's get the stream up to over 100 likes. Even if we can get to 150 likes, guys, that would be absolutely amazing. I haven't streamed for a while and trying to get back into the algorithm. You guys know how it is. So smash that like button for me. I'll drop a parlay on the screen. We can all sweat together. Quick pause, though. Do not bet more than you can afford to lose, everyone. Always be responsible with your sports betting, no matter how confident you are. Anything can happen in sports betting. You can get wiped at any time. We're dealing with a game of chance here, so I'm sure someone somewhere needs to hear that message. So just remember, guys, don't bet more than you can afford to lose. Nothing is guaranteed. There's no such thing as a lock. I don't use that word when referring to my bets. I hate that word, lock. There's no such thing as a max bet. Don't bet your entire bankroll on one play. We're going to move on to another player here, and it's Dylan Harper of the Spurs. Let's see what his line has changed to. Okay, so his line, we've probably seen the biggest jump in Dylan Harper lines here. Dylan Harper is, we have the starting lineup. So Harper is starting, and that's why. Dylan Harper, his points prop line was 10.5 points for the last 48 hours. It's 13.5 now at the close to the close here. I'm still not betting the over. Now, I lean towards the under for Harper and Castle, but that might not be a smart move to bet both of them under. In aggregate, maybe one of the two should still pop off to account for the lack of, De'Aaron Fox. But I still don't want to bet Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle at highly inflated lines. Now, things could be different with Harper. I mean, if there were some instances in the regular season with De'Aaron Fox was out of the lineup and Dylan Harper went under his line, under his points prop line quite often. But this is a different Dylan Harper right now. This is a different Dylan Harper in May as opposed to, January, December, February. He's one of the youngest players in the NBA. And he is so confident right now. He's a different player at the moment. He's playing very well. So if I had to choose between the two players on inflated unders, I would lean towards Stephon Castle going under, more so than Harper. That's just how I see things. Maybe Dylan Harper's assist could be a decent play as well. Over. I want to see what it's changed to. So it went from 2.5 to 3.5, and 3.5 is juiced at -140 on FanDuel. I can see him clearing his assist line today. Dylan Harper, I can see him clearing that and going over 3.5 on the juice line. I have him right around 4, but let's see what happens. Drop your bets in the chat, everyone. Also vote on the poll. We have 118 people that voted on the poll in the chat. Spurs plus 6.5. Or OKC Thunder -6.5. Who covers? Everyone that's watching, vote on the poll so you can see everyone's opinion before game time. Who covers game 1 of the Western Conference Finals today? And we are 12 likes away from 100 likes. As soon as we get to 100 likes, I will craft a same game parlay for us to sweat together. Nothing is guaranteed, but I wouldn't bet it if I didn't think it's going to hit. Let's run up the like button. Everyone that just joined, run up the like button for me. Oh, so Keldon Johnson, I bet him over 8.5. What's his line now that Fox is out? Now that everyone has to pay a premium. Whoa, Keldon Johnson jumped up to 10.5, even 11.5 on some books. So, I mean, we got an amazing line there in terms of closing line value, which hasn't meant too much in the playoffs, but still, I mean, if anyone did tail me with Keldon Johnson, we got a great line at 8.5 with Keldon Johnson. Sixth man of the year at this stage of his career, one of the leading voices in that locker room in terms of his leadership. His teammates love him. He's had some big moments in the playoffs off the bench at times. Energy spark off the bench, attacking the rim with ferocity. Obviously, his 3-point shooting metrics have still remained stable. His minutes have fluctuated here and there, but in terms of the matchup, I still like what I think that Keldon Johnson is going to be able to do in this game against the second unit of OKC. He does have a size advantage against that second unit as well out there on the wing, against players like Cason Wallace, AJ Mitchell as well in mismatches as well. I think Keldon Johnson could be an impact player for the Spurs today. And let's see what happens. Now, over 11.5 points is tricky, guys. Maybe 10 plus if you're just joining the stream. I shared Keldon Johnson over 8.5 points at the beginning of the stream. Over 8.5 points is a play that I was very confident in, but 11.5, not so much. Maybe 10 plus, maybe I'll meet you halfway there. But even that, I mean, you know, the margins might be slim here, but let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Welcome back, Emotionless Artist, E-Money in the chat. Redbeard likes, he said Wemby's warming up on the 3-point line. He's buying 2 plus, 3 plus, and 4 plus threes. He's laddering the threes for Wemby. Best of luck, Redbeard. EWM community said he's betting Luke Cornett over 3.5 points. Best of luck, EWM. Christian Davis says that the MVP trophy ceremony for SGA is going to piss Wemby off. He's going to go crazy tonight, he said. P Patrol said the Spurs moneyline price actually got worse now on the sports books. Interesting. Jay Darby said OKC starting both bigs as expected. Yeah, the double big lineup is in full effect here. Thank you so much, Redbeard. Joao said 10.5 for Keldon Johnson. Yeah, maybe a smaller bet. Jay Darby said he likes the AJ Mitchell call. He's also betting a 2-leg parlay. Spurs team total under 106.5 and Stephon Castle under 18.5 points. I'm not sure about the team total, but I hope you go 2-0. I do like the second leg, though. Stephon Castle under 18.5. Let's see what else you guys are saying in the chat. EWM is saying Isaiah Hartenstein over 1.5 first quarter points, so he would have to just score one time. Well, he is a lob threat. You know, with Jalen Williams back, you're getting a softer line for everyone. You've been doing pretty well this season with first quarter lines. I wouldn't be surprised if that catches, though. Robert said magnesium. Yeah, I need to stay hydrated, too. I played ball earlier. I was a bit dehydrated after I came back, but Joao says OKC team total and Shai and over 220.5. Best of luck. Joao says, what do you think about Wemby 25, Shai 30, and Chet 17? I think maybe Wemby. Shai, I lean towards the under, but I didn't bet it, so I mean it could go either way. Shai, you might see an instance where Jalen Williams takes pressure off of Shai and Shai goes over. But out of those three, I'm not sure about Chet. Chet is the one that I have concerns about in this matchup. Mike in the chat, he likes the Spurs to cover the first half spread, plus 3.5 first half for the Spurs tonight. Best of luck, Mike, as well. And thanks for sharing. Drop your bets in the chat, everyone. Drop your bets in the chat. Jay Darby said if the Spurs don't hit their threes at a crazy clip, I don't see how they hit 100 points. Man, the Fox absence is wild to me. Is wild. Christian Davis likes Dylan Harper's points. EWM says the over 219.5 seems free. P Patrol says he has Devin Vassell. He sprinkled him to hit 5 threes at plus 725. It dropped to plus 510 now with Fox out. Thanks for your best of luck, P Patrol. And my bro King Cobb's in the chat. Thank you so much for those kind words, brother. One of the absolute realists. My bro Jared, he likes AJ Mitchell over 12.5 points. Dylan Harper over 10.5 points. Dylan Harper over 10.5 points. Chet over 8.5 rebounds. Michael King in MLB over 5.5 strikeouts. And Isaiah Hartenstein over 11.5 rebounds and assists combined. Best of luck, Jared, and thank you for sharing. Hope you go undefeated, brother. John Preston said, I like unders early. I can see OKC getting points later on. So maybe a first quarter, first half under, John. Adam bet the first quarter to go over 56.5. Jimmy NY likes the OKC Thunder to cover 1.5 for the first quarter spread. Yeah, E-Money, Fox is out. Fox is out. A big-time curveball. Welcome back, Rabbit. How's it going, fam? You have the under tonight? Yep, welcome back, brother. Digital Print House has a 5-leg parlay in the chat. Isaiah Hartenstein, 9+ rebounds. Wemby under 4 assists. Wemby over 3 blocks. Jalen Williams, 2+ steals. Shai under 33.5 points. I hope you cash. What are the odds on that parlay? Best of luck, Digital. Rabbit likes Jalen Williams over 8.5 rebounds and assists combined. Best of luck, Rabbit. Jay Darby said OKC first and third quarter spreads have been money all year, it seems like. Mike says, I agree. No Fox is crazy. Serious adjustment. I mean, the Spurs still have Wemby. I mean, they can cover the spread. That's not like I'm running to the window to bet on OKC. As I said, I'm going to assess the spread and maybe bet the spread and the total live with you guys. So stick around. I'm going to watch the entire game. If you plan on watching the game live on TV, maybe keep this stream, my live stream, open on a second screen on your phone, your computer to the side, second screen action. I will give you guys analysis and maybe live bets during the game as well. So let's see if there's anything else I can add. We're only less than 10 likes away from 100, so smash the like button. Let's see what else I can add, because I might roll with Stephon Castle. Larry Mavis said, gotta have salt for the body to properly absorb and utilize the other electrolytes. Yeah, I was cramping. Thanks for that reminder, Larry. Definitely going to remember that. My bro Blazer Fader said, I'm riding with you with Wemby's blocks. Welcome, Sleepy Potato Head. Welcome to the community. Best of luck. Best of luck to us, Blazer. Digital Print House said, I think the Spurs cover and not having Fox to close will be the storyline, in my opinion. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a shot at Castle under. I'm gonna take a shot at Stephon Castle under. Under 18.5 points on DraftKings at -122 odds. I'm putting up a straight bet here. Still gonna drop. I'll put together. Let me hurry up for the parlay. Hold on. Stephon Castle of the Spurs under 18.5 points. Gonna take a shot there. It seems counterintuitive. I understand if you like the over because Fox is out, but I think it'll be a bit easier for OKC to key in on him defensively without Fox. People don't understand. De'Aaron Fox takes a lot of pressure off of Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle. So this is going to be a smaller bet as well. Just feeling things out for game one. I'll scale things up with 1 unit bets, bigger bets for game two. JWB, no spread bet pregame for me. I'm going to try to bet. I'm not opposed to betting either side in game for game one. Going to roll with spread bets in game two pregame, but for tonight, welcome back, JWB. No pregame spread bet for me tonight. So yeah, I just added that. Can you guys see it clearly? Yeah, you can. Stephon Castle of the Spurs under 18.5 points, -122 odds on DraftKings to win a half unit. I do like this bet. And thanks for hitting the like button, guys. Thanks for hitting the like button and helping the stream get to 100 likes. I'm going to go ahead and put this parlay together for you guys right now. Just want to say thank you. Keep smashing the like button for me. And yeah, let me put together a parlay for you right now. I have an idea for 1 or 2 legs. Let me just decide if it's going to be a 3-leg parlay or a 2-leg parlay. See if I can get some plus money action on the board for you guys. The sharpest chat on earth. Let's see what Scott Foster, Tony Brothers, and Adam Silver, Zach Zarba, Ben Taylor. Let's see what they have in store for us in the National Basketball Association. It's been a hell of a ride this season, watching and sweating these bets with you all season long. And I just want to say thank you for being here. Quick plug, follow me on social media. My Guy Knows a Guy, Instagram or X. Both of my accounts the links are in the description below. The link to join my Discord server, my free Discord group chat, is down there as well. Make sure you verify or you will get kicked out. Okay, parlay. Now, one leg that I do want to drop in the parlay is Wemby's rebounds. Wemby's rebounds at 10 plus, maybe 12 plus, but 10 plus is more enticing. If I go 10 plus, I might have to make this a 3-leg parlay. Hold on, chat. I'm putting the parlay together. I'm going to put it on the screen in just a moment. Keep the chat rolling. Keep the chat rolling, everyone. And vote on the poll below. Okay. Hold on, let me just look at something. Okay, I'm going to bet on it's not plus money. It's not plus money. But I still like the bet. It's minus 107. It's a 2-leg parlay. And I'm going to roll with it. Okay, so here's the parlay, guys. I might add another straight bet here, too. Here is the parlay. Is Victor Wembanyama, a.k.a. Wemby. It's minus 105 on FanDuel. And I locked it in. Wemby, 10 plus rebounds, parlayed with Dylan Harper, 4 plus assists. So Wemby, 4 plus rebounds. And if you're wondering why many of my props, I have a few unders, I have a few overs, are on the Spurs side of things, I have an easier, handle on them even with De'Aaron Fox out with some of my key lines compared to, Jalen Williams not playing for a couple of weeks and then suddenly coming back to the lineup. So for a lot of the key OKC props, I might live bet some. For game one. And I'll have pregame OKC side props for game 2. But yeah, Dylan Harper, 4 plus assists with Victor Wembanyama, 10 plus rebounds, minus 105 on FanDuel to win a half unit. Minus 105. And that's it for now. Just for now. Let's get ready to watch the game. Stick around. I'm going to drop more info or maybe a few bets during the game as well. This is my live sports betting stream. I'm My Guy Knows a Guy. I work alone. Should be a very interesting game tonight. So I have 2-leg same game parlay. Victor Wembanyama 10 plus rebounds and Dylan Harper 4 plus assists. Minus 105 to win a half unit. And for straight bets, the bets at the top are separate bets. Victor Wembanyama, aka Wemby, 4 plus blocks plus 110, risking a half unit. Keldon Johnson over 8.5 points, minus 118 to win a half unit. Julian Champagny under 9.5 points, minus 125 to win a half unit. Stephon Castle under 18.5 points, minus 122 odds to win a half unit. And those bets at the top, the first three were bet before De'Aaron Fox was ruled out. Before De'Aaron Fox was ruled out. Now, let me just log back into this book and get ready to watch the game with you guys. Yeah, let's see what the chat's saying. Let's get ready to watch this game. Mike said it went up to 7.5. And the first half went from 3.5 to 4.5, but I'm not worried. Let's go. Best of luck, Mike. I hope you cash. Larry Mavid talking to Jay Darby. Jay Darby said he's surprised the line is still 6.5. Andre Rogers. What are the wings? The wings are up by 10 in WNBA. Okay, I see that. How many WNBA games tomorrow? Only one, my Toronto Tempo against the Phoenix Mercury. I was in attendance last week in the building for the first ever WNBA regular season win in Toronto Tempo history. It was such a fun night. Really been locked in with the Toronto Tempo guys. It's a fun team to watch right now. But either way, we have to all support women's sports. Welcome back, Flack. Best of luck, brother. Give me one moment. Check Discord DM. Okay, I will. Call it out now, and I'll give you guys a shout out. Everyone that's in the chat, call it out. Moneyline. No, not Moneyline. It's a bit easier with Fox out. Maybe it might not be. Who knows? Who covers the spread? OKC or Spurs? Let me know in the chat now, and I'll shout you out right now. Oh man, the connection just went out. Hold on. Okay, I had a minor technical difficulty there. The connection dropped for like 30 seconds, but it's back. If that ever happens, just be patient or maybe even refresh the stream after a minute or so. But as for right now, can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? Let me know. They just gave Shai the MVP trophy, chat. Shai got the MVP trophy. Adam Silver presents Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with the MVP award. Second straight year. Did anyone in the chat bet on that this season? Did you patiently wait for minus 120 to cash for half the season? Okay, you guys can hear me? Okay, let's continue. So before the stream cut out for 30 seconds, I was asking you guys to pick one team that covers the spread today. OKC or Spurs without De'Aaron Fox? What side are you on with the spread? You can still vote on the poll. There's a poll in the chat. Who do you think covered the spread today? Who covers the spread tonight? I'll give you a shout out right now. Everyone call it out, and I'll give you a shout out right now. J Darby has OKC minus 9.5 alt line. Lookout Media said Spurs. Larry Mavid said Spurs via the injury boost. Speak Your Mind said Spurs. Casey Mike said OKC. Mike said Spurs first half, OKC second half. Joao said, bro, do you think Jalen Williams makes 2+ threes? For me, no Jalen Williams bets for game one. I want to see how things look. Might target him as the series progresses. No bets for Jalen Williams for me today. Andre Rogers said OKC. Redbeard said Spurs. Jay Darby said the MVP trophy should have went to Jokic. Jay Darby is a great guy, but he is a Nuggets fan. Disclaimer. I had to expose you there, brother. Thanks a lot, Andre Rogers. Jacques Andrew said he bet SGA MVP. He won $1,000. Great job there. Great job. Congrats. Flack said Joker got robbed. Jacques Andrew said he put a lot on it. DG37 said OKC wins and covers tonight. Welcome back, DG. Enjoy the game, fam. Digital Print House said Spurs cover tonight. Flack said, low-key, I'm tired of this OKC team. I kid you not. My girlfriend said that earlier today. I asked her, who do you think is going to win tonight? She said she's not sure about tonight's game, but she wants to see the Spurs win the series because and it's enough with this OKC team. I was like, why? We live in Canada. We live in OKC, right? So I'm like, aren't you a fan of Shai? She's been frustrated watching OKC, man, for what she wouldn't even tell me for a variety of reasons. It was pretty funny to see. So contrary to popular belief, not every Canadian is a fan of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So Flack said he's tired of it. So Casey Mike said he parlayed OKC minus 6.5 and under 220.5. Okay, so the bets are flowing tonight, everyone. The bets are flowing tonight. Lookout Media said Spurs. Let's enjoy it all, guys. Game's coming on. Gonna get the game on in front of me to watch it. Shout out to all the real ones in the chat. You guys make this community what it is. And it's time to get the scoreboard on the screen. I'll tell you guys everything I see. If I drop any live bets, I'll drop it below. In-game commentary here. So you guys can decide if you want to hear my commentary or Reggie Miller. I think that's if you put up a betting market, Reggie Miller commentary or my guy knows a guy in game, it might be, my guy knows a guy minus 450. I'm not sure if Reggie is actually even calling this game tonight, but shots fired. Shots fired. Let me just get the scoreboard up for you. The game's been on for 2 minutes. I was refreshing the feed. Hold on. Whoa. Let Let me get the scoreboard up for you guys now because the game, I thought it would start at 8:40. It's been on for about a couple of minutes, 2 minutes. Let me get the scoreboard on the screen and I'll dive right in. So maybe Reggie Miller might win that bet, and maybe I have to take that back for being punctual. One second, chat. There we go. Better late than never. And got to give the Spurs a bit of credit here. The OKC is yet to score. Okay. I'm about to check now, Flack. Apologies, brother. You can see I'm all over the place. Well, I'm finally watching it, so. As Alex Caruso hits a three, assisted by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Did I miss a Wemby block? Is that... did that happen? Has this happened? Okay, I have the game on. Best of luck to all. San Antonio Spurs versus the Oklahoma City Thunder, Western Conference Finals. 10-3 lead here for the Spurs. They started the game on a 7-0 run. And let's see who imposes their will early in this game. Huge game, obviously, for both teams. To hit the ground running. Some people think that this OKC team is going to be a bit rusty and an uncharacteristically slow start for OKC. Only 3 points in the first 4.5 minutes of regulation. And we have another defensive stop from the Spurs. It's Devin Vassell. He blocked Jalen Williams on that layup attempt. Blocked him against the backboard. Spurs go the other way with Dylan Harper. He swings at the Julian Champagnie on the perimeter. And Jalen Williams fouls him. The foul is on the floor. And they subbed Jalen Williams out. What a defensive play from Devin Vassell. The hawk down block against the backboard. I still have the chat open as well, so... I see your message too, Flack. Apologies, brother. And we have a Keldon Johnson sighting here. He is subbing into the game, but OKC head coach Mark Daniel does not like what he sees. Stephon Castle is at the free throw line. He made the first free throw, 4 points already for Castle, and OKC called the timeout. So an uncharacteristically slow start, but they have been chilling for a few days now. How many days have they been off? A week since they swept the Lakers. And it's an 8-point lead for San Antonio here. So Spurs backers have to be loving this. So far, no Fox, no problem. But it is early. We don't count our bets in the first quarter unless you bet the first quarter. I didn't bet the spread here either. So this is a Spurs team that beat OKC in 4 of the 5 matchups this season. In the regular season, 6th meeting of the regular season. No blocks for Wemby yet. Champagny has 3 points. Fox has 4. Going to need them to chill out just a bit. But the parlay is off to a decent start. Wemby 3 rebounds already, and Harper has 1 assist. Let's see if OKC's offense comes alive after this timeout on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander MVP trophy night. Hit the like button for me as well. And best of luck to you with all of your bets. Godlike player said live under. No live bet for me just yet. I can see the chat though, so just keep it rolling. EWM said I'm betting on OKC -1.5 live. Best of luck. You're betting that live right now. Welcome back, Godlike player. Mike said the Spurs own OKC. Yeah, like 80% of planet Earth is rooting against OKC. And we're just about back from the timeout now. So Dylan Harper is getting his first break of the game. Keldon Johnson subs in. I do have Keldon Johnson over 8.5 points before the De'Aaron Fox news. 4 points for Wemby already. 4 points, 3 rebounds. This is a strong start for the Spurs. A bit of gamesmanship today. I'm sure OKC prepared for, De'Aaron Fox playing in this ballgame. So a bit of gamesmanship from Spurs head coach Mitch Johnson as they try to make a statement in game 1. Remember, this is an OKC team that is 8-0 on the money line in the playoffs so far. Stephon Castle makes the second free throw. And we have a 9-point lead for the Spurs. 12-3. Pretty surprising scoreline to some. 7.5 minutes to go. And we have a foul at midcourt. Stephon Castle fouls Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on the floor. Still OKC ball here. Feel free to ask any questions or, let me know your thoughts and feelings on this game. My bro Flack in the chat, he said this is a fake lead to get Vegas rich. OKC probably still wins the first half. He said Vegas is playing in our faces. Lookout Media said I can see that happening, Flack. Well, I mean, almost as soon as you said something, we have back-to-back buckets from Alex Caruso, and Alex Caruso has scored all 7 points for OKC. No one else has scored a single point. Alex Caruso hits the layup. Devin Vassell turns the ball over. because off the Caruso steal, and then Caruso goes coast to coast and lays it in. Impact performance from Alex Caruso here. And this is partially why I did not want to bet any OKC player props within the return of Jalen Williams. I'll probably, dabble on that side of things with game 2. So another quick timeout here in the Western Conference Finals. Some people are expecting this to be one of the best playoff series that we've seen in modern NBA basketball. I don't know if I was ready to go that far, So, these are still 2 young teams. It's possible, but De'Aaron Fox being out does take some of the steam out when here. But that's a great way to respond for OKC out of the timeout, and largely due to Alex Caruso and his intensity on the defensive side of things. Let's see if Shai gets things rolling. Let's see. Jalen Williams is on the bench. I think he has 2 fouls. Does he have 2 fouls? No, 1 foul. So 1 foul for Williams, but pretty quick trip to the bench for him. How do you guys feel about what you've seen? J. Darby, Flag, Lookout, Godlike Player, Redbeard, Jared, Digital Printhouse, Lou Rilla, welcome back. I didn't see you, bro. Larry Mavid, KC Mike, EWM Community, Joao, Andre Rogers. How do you feel? Talk to me. Stop and start action here. Still waiting for that classic everyone's anticipating. Jay Darby said, man, we have tornado threats here like always, and they're cutting the game off for news now. Come on. That's rough there. Andre Rogers says, no lie, I'm kind of watching the Wings game more. At WNBA, I see they're up by 5 against the Mystics. I saw the Mystics in person a week and a half ago, Andre Rogers, in that Tempo home opener. And the Mystics, they're lacking in guard play. They need to build up, their backcourt, but Shakira Austin and Kiki Iriafin as a duo in that front court, they are just double monsters cleaning up rebounds. Those 2 are just a problem. Jared Weiss says he hammered OKC minus 3.5 and 4.5 live. Best of luck, Jared, and thank you for sharing, bro. You've been doing really well. Thanks for being here, brother. Now, Andre Rogers says Caruso has all 7 points. Yeah, it's pretty surprising. How many of you bet on the WNBA? You guys want WNBA live betting streams? Is that something you guys are interested in? When the NBA dies down, is that something you would like to see? Let me know. I'm going to upload videos, picks and stuff, but just want to see how many shots Shai's attempted. 2 shots. Shai's attempted 2 shots. We are back in the timeout, though, chat. From the timeout. As Wemby just missed that dunk attempt. Smoked a dunk. It was actually more of a lob. And Shai goes the other way and stops and pops for the mid-range jumper. Nice spin move on Champagny. And the back-to-back MVP is on the board. First bucket of the game for Shai. Spurs ball. Stephon Castle walks it up the court. Lou Dort matched up on Stephon Castle right now. Very interesting here. And Stephon Castle finds a wide-open Keldon Johnson who splashes the 3. First bucket for Johnson. We do have him over 8.5. OKC goes the other way. Shai, OKC's trying to speed things up. He missed the shot. Spurs run the other way. And now Johnson misses again. He got blocked by Caruso. Caruso with a block shot. And OKC goes the other way. Spurs up by 6 midway through the first quarter. Let's see what they do with it. Lou Dort missed a 3. Good defense from Keldon Johnson there. He got there just in time. Difficult shot. Spurs ball. And now Wemby misses again, closer to the basket. So, I mean, Chet Holmgren is doing a better job defensively here on Wemby to start this game. Wemby is 1 for 5 from the field. Much love, Flack. One of the absolute realists. He says he doesn't care if I'm doing a live stream for ping pong. He's here. I appreciate you, fam. And Caruso makes a second three of the quarter. He went over his pregame 7.5-point line. 2 points, 2 threes, and 10 points for Caruso. Nice pass from Shai to the corner. And OKC's only down by 3 now after trailing by 9. Keldon Johnson missed his own corner 3 attempt. Great job, Jared. He just cashed Caruso 2 threes at plus 218. Great call. And Lu Dort just missed another 3. He's 0 for 3 from the field. Stephon Castle rips the rebound. And he gets fouled. Castle has a chance to get to 7 points here. I did add that as a late bet under 18.5. And he's rolling downhill, getting to the free throw line. He makes the first free throw. I have the under. It looks like I might be on the wrong side there, but I mean, it is still early. Some of the other bets might be looking good to start, but it's too early either way to say it's a win or a loss for either of these bets, any of these bets. Juan Chavez says, I've been wanting to get into the WNBA. Yeah, I'll put out some more stuff, Juan Chavez. It's a small sample size, but I did go 5-0 with my only bets this season so far on Friday. I'll roll some women's basketball bets for you guys. Andre Brooks loves the WNBA. I'll scale things up. Yeah, I saw that the Marlins are crushing the Braves. Stephon Castle goes 2 for 2 at the line. He's made 4 free throws so far in this first quarter. That gives him 7 points already, and Spurs are up by 5 points. And Jalen Williams subbed into the game. So did AJ Mitchell, chat. And Jalen Williams scores. J-Dub, his first bucket since missing a few weeks with a hamstring injury. Jalen Williams, 2 points immediately after re-entering the game. Assisted by Isaiah Hartenstein. OKC down by 3. 3:45 on the clock in the first quarter. Stephon Castle misses a 3, a makeable shot, but OKC has it and they go the other way. Another bucket, back-to-back buckets for Jalen Williams. 4 points now for J-Dub. A putback layup. He grabbed his own rebound and put it back up. Nice little move there, and now you're starting to see some flow here for OKC. And right on cue, Isaiah Hartenstein. He steals the ball from Luke Cornett. AJ Mitchell with the pass in transition, and Jalen Williams dunks the ball. 15-5 run for OKC, everyone. What a pass from AJ Mitchell. He deceived Dylan Harper in the fast break, and 6 quick points for Jalen Williams. Literally in like 60 seconds. All 6 points for Williams. Dylan Harper misses a 3. He's 0 for 3 from the field to start this game. And Jared McCain scores. It's a 17-5 run for OKC. It's a bucket for Jared McCain, 20-17, and this building has come alive. You can hear the fans in the Paycom Center, downtown Oklahoma City here. Whoa, and 1 for Stephon Castle. Uh-oh. 9 points for Castle. He has a chance to make it 10 here, and he has been the only net positive for this Spurs team here. I'll take a look at possible live bets. I did say I liked Castle and Harper to go under. Harper's the one that stunk it up early in this game, and I'm sort of regretting not taking him instead of Castle, but either way, I will take a look at the live line in just a moment. I just want to make sure. He did miss the free throw, though, so there's that. Andre Rogers said, here come the champs. Redbeard said MLB live stream. Now, that would be cool, too. Maybe I'll do that. 8 straight points for Jalen Williams. Nice move at the basket. 3-point lead for OKC. This OKC trailed by 9. 8 points for J-Dub. And Stephon Castle is taking it, is taking the initiative here. His confidence, he's very confident. 11 points for Stephon Castle, chat. Things are speeding up here. The sluggish start to the game offensively in terms of the total, but over the last 3 minutes, things are speeding up just a bit. You're seeing both teams eat up less shot clock in their respective possessions, and that's why I waited. I was going to maybe try to take a live bet on Dylan Harper. Dylan Harper's going to the free throw line. So 2 free throws for Harper here, and we have 2 fouls on Jalen Williams, Chad. His second foul of the game, and he can't believe it. I think it was a foul, but it was a late whistle, a very late whistle, and Dylan Harper is going to the free throw line. Flack said, nice try, Vegas. Harper makes the first free throw. And here, Shai's back in the game. Shai's back in the game, and the other Jalen Williams is back in the game as well. Dylan Harper goes 2 for 2 at the line. Just over a minute and a half left in the first quarter, chat. Lookout Media. No, it's a sweaty start for sure, Lookout Media, for sure. It's not looking good. But I might roll some live bets here. I'll take a look at the board after the first quarter. Cason Wallace responds for OKC. He hits a big 3, assisted by Shai. 3 assists already for Shai. What a pass, too. Did you guys see that pass from Shai? Gilgeous-Alexander absorbed the contact on the double team right in front of the basket and somehow got the ball out to the perimeter just before he traveled. OKC, a Spurs ball here. Up by 2, OKC. Dylan Harper misses a layup, but Wemby cleans up with his own putback. 6 points for Wemby in the first quarter. Wemby cleans up right at the rim. Jalen Williams still in the game with those 2 fouls. Wemby rips his 5th rebound of the game. And it's Spurs ball here. We're getting some decent action after that sluggish start to the game. Decent action here in game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. I'm glad I waited. Maybe I won't even target it now. I'll look at other options, or maybe it depends on the price though. But Dylan Harper, after missing his first 4 shots from the field, now he hits a layup. So the Spurs have a chance to steal the first quarter money line. Four points for Dylan Harper. OKC ball here. 10 seconds to go. Jalen Williams has the matchup against Keldon Johnson at the top of the key. He stops and pops in the paint. He draws the contact, and he caught Keldon Johnson slipping. Jalen Williams is going to the free throw line for 2 shots, chat. 2.7 seconds on the clock. And J-Dub hits the first free throw. OKC down by 1. That was the first foul of the game on Keldon Johnson. And somehow, this first quarter is decent offensive output here after a slow start. J. Darby likes OKC to cover the second quarter spread -2.5. Best of luck, J. Darby. Flack said, nice try, Vegas. Yeah, it's all good. Lookout Media. I'll try to add some more. Thanks for being here, guys. And J-Dub makes both free throws. Spurs ball, only 2.7 on the clock. And that will do it. That will do it. It took forever to get the ball inbounded, but Cason Wallace stole the ball from Stephon Castle at the first quarter buzzer. So no shot attempt from the Spurs, and it's a tie ball game. 27-27. No De'Aaron Fox. Spurs are 6.5 point underdogs. OKC was down by 9 points at the beginning of this game. They only scored one bucket in the first 4.5 minutes of regulation, but they stormed back, powered by a 17-5 run, and they've tied this ball game. Let me take a look at the live odds and see if there's anything I'll bet here. So just looking at live player prop options as well. Stephon Castle's live line is 24.5 points on FanDuel right now. Dylan Harper's up to 13.5. So I'm going to take a shot at Harper. Chat. Dylan Harper live bet under 13.5 minus 102 on FanDuel. First live bet, chat, is on the board now. I'm putting it on the screen. Dylan Harper under 13.5 points at minus 102 odds on FanDuel. You can actually get 14.5 now. I already locked it in 20 seconds ago. You can actually get under 14.5 at minus 128 if you want to do that instead. But I'm just sharing what I bet. The line actually went up right after I bet it. So yeah, I just bet that. Let me know if you guys are tailing or not. Looking at other options here while we wait for the game to return. Yeah, I'll wait for a moment. I'll wait for the next stoppage. I'm going to drop live bets during timeouts or at the end of a quarter. We could be, Larry Mavid. He said, anyone else feel like we're watching the real NBA Finals right now? We could be. 6 rebounds for Wemby, chat. And we're back to the action. Wait, did I? As Cason Wallace misses a 3 at the beginning of the second quarter, Wemby rips his 6th rebound of the game. Keldon Johnson missed another corner 3. Andre Rogers says he hit with Shai under 9.5 first quarter points in a parlay. Great call. Congrats, Andre. Jay Darby says he agrees. We are watching the real NBA Finals. Alex Caruso misses a 3, so 3 straight missed shots combined for these teams to start the quarter. Wemby rips his 7th rebound of the game. Well, still no points here. Another missed shot. This time it's Carter Bryant with a 3. Eight rebounds for Wemby now. Nate Wiggins Misses a three. Whoa, that's a huge shot. Apologies to Chet, Aaron Wiggins. But look, Keldon Johnson just hit his second three of the game. That's great news. It's also even better because Dylan Harper is the one that assisted him for the parlay that I shared just before tip-off. And Shai is going to the free throw line for his first free throw attempts of the game. He was fouled by Julian Champagnie there in the paint. Shai knocks down the first free throw. He makes both free throws. Spurs ball. Spurs up by 1. And Julian Champagnie misses a three. So after hitting that early three, he's missed 3 straight shots now. But Keldon Johnson rips a rebound. What an offensive rebound from Keldon Johnson. He taps it back. And Carter Bryant, the rookie out of Arizona, hits a three. Assisted by Dylan Harper. 3 assists in the first half for Dylan Harper, chat. And we have a great chance to hit the parlay. Although Dylan Harper did hit a three after they received the ball again. Harper has 7 points, everyone. Wemby with an assist. The Spurs go back up by 7. It's a 13-4 run. Not a good quarter offensively so far for OKC. Dylan Harper has 7 points, 3 assists. Wemby with his first assist there. And it's, as I said, it's a 7-point lead for the Spurs. 36-29. And the Spurs look good right now. Effective. No Fox, no problem for now. And the fans are a bit quiet. Not many highlights. You know, there was a pretty big highlight in that first quarter with Jalen Williams stealing the ball and Caruso stealing the ball and Jalen Williams dunking. But other than that, I mean, the Spurs here, their offense is flowing. Their offense is flowing. The Spurs way. Yeah, that's why I said 36-29, Flack. If I said something else, I apologize, but that's what I meant to say. 36-29. Yeah, and yeah, Keldon Johnson can be a force at times with his activity around the rim to create second chance opportunities. We know a lot of his game is predicated on energy. He's a high energy player. Welcome back, Matt Harris. 8 rebounds for Wemby. My bro Redbeard. Larry Mavid, best of luck and enjoy the game. Lookout Media said he took Wemby over 12.5 rebounds on ESPN. 20 for 20, okay. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm watching on another device here, so unfortunately I'm not watching the game on cable, Flack. Andre Rogers says Shai's live line is 27.5, minus 122. That's a play. He'll drop 30 on MVP night. Let me know if you bet it as we wait for the game to return. He said Iceman has our internet slow. Did you guys listen to that album, Iceman? Habibti, Maid of Honor? I don't know, man. I don't get into music as much these days. Not new music, so. I listen to it, though, but. Not the highest quality music in the music industry after the pandemic. You know, it's been tough for quality. Flax going crazy. J Darby said he's behind me, but he's watching on cable. Hit the like button for me if you haven't. Thanks a lot, guys. And we are back from the timeout. And Aaron Wiggins has been a net negative to start this game. He misses another three straight shots he's missed. And he fell out of the rotation a bit towards the end of the regular season. Wemby did grab his 9th rebound of the game. So there's that. Wemby has a chance to get to 10 before halftime. I would bet that he would do that. I mean, he does have 9. Dylan Harper misses a shot right in front of the rim. J-Dub grips the rebound. OKC goes the other way. 8:20 on the clock in the second quarter. Impressive start for the Spurs once again. And Cason Wallace has just missed a 3, so a poor start offensively for OKC, similar to what we saw at the beginning of the first quarter. And Jalen Williams is subbing out of the game. Champagnie and Dylan Harper are subbing out of the game as well. Here comes Devin Vassell, Stephon Castle, Chet Holmgren, and Jared McCain. Just so you know, I will be live streaming again tomorrow during the Knicks-Cavs game 1. So, and Wemby, 10 rebounds, guys. There it is. Keldon Johnson missed. Wemby grabs the offensive board, puts it back up for an easy layup. 15-4 run for the Spurs, up by 9, and Wemby has 10 rebounds for us. So one leg of the parlay cashes. We need 1 assist from Dylan Harper. Alex Caruso has been money today. 13 points, 3 threes now for Caruso. He splashes another 3, 4 assists for Shai. Wemby's waking up. Another basket in front of the rim. It's a dunk. Assisted by Stephon Castle. 10 points for Victor Wembanyama, who looks determined at the moment. And that was a silencer. The crowd looked shocked. Eight-point lead for the Spurs. Alex Caruso misses a layup there, contested layup. Stephon Castle grabs the board. Spurs go the other way. And Castle misses on the other end. Cason Wallace, that was a spectacular defensive play there. With that block shot. OKC still down by 8, though. Wow. What would the score be if Alex Caruso wasn't doing this? Another 3 for Alex Caruso, 16 points, 4 threes. Shai with another nice pass, and there's a nice connection developing here. between Shai and Alex Caruso on the basketball court. 5-point lead for the Spurs now. They were just up by 9, 5-point lead now. Let's see what they do with it. Devin Vassell missed a 3 OKC ball. So OKC catches a break, but Shai coughs it up. Shai coughs it up, chat. 8 points for Keldon Johnson now. He scores off the turnover. 8 points for Keldon Johnson. We need one more point from Johnson to cash over 8.5. Be our first official win of the stream. Still looking for more live bets. Hit the like button for me, everyone. 7-point lead for the San Antonio Spurs. Yeah, Caruso's snapping. Flack. Andre said no. Are you talking about the album? Be on the lookout. Make sure you guys have notifications on everyone that's watching right now, because I'm going to drop WNBA bets tomorrow. 5-0 so far. 5-0 sweep on Friday. There's only one game tomorrow, and I'm dropping a video to share my bet. Toronto Tempo versus the Phoenix Mercury tomorrow night. Might have more than one bet for that game, actually. Look out. Nice, man. Send it in the Discord. Lookout Media, are you in my Discord? Dylan Harper's back in the game, and he forces a turnover. Jared McCain turns the ball over. Dylan Harper with his second steal of the game. Spurs up by 7. 5 minutes to go in the first half. They dump it off to Luke Cornett, and Isaiah Hartenstein blocks his layup attempt. First block for Hartenstein. OKC needed that. Yeah, if you're not in my Discord, go down to the video description below at Lookout Media and join my Discord group chat. Let's get the chat rolling there again. Had to remove some bad actors, but everything is good to go now. So Stephon Castle subs out of the game for a Harrison Barnes appearance here. A Harrison Barnes sighting in the Western Conference Finals. He misses a layup after entering the game. Chet grabs the rebound. OKC's pushing the pace just a bit. Jared McCain misses a 3. This is a poor quarter offensively for OKC. They've scored, 9? Really for both teams, but the Spurs just have done just a bit more. They've done just a bit more. Another block, back-to-back block shots for Isaiah Hartenstein. Dylan Harper is the victim this time, and OKC goes the other way. That was a hard foul, man. Chet's going to the free throw line. They might have to review this. I'm not sure. Let me see another angle here. That was a hard foul from Luke Cornett there. Chet gets up. He's all right. They're going to review it for a flagrant foul. Still reviewing the play, chat. Yeah, it's going to be a sweat, EWM. Best of luck. Yeah, check it out. Look out. There's a group chat in there. Flag. He said Chet is soft. He got hit in the lip and grabbed his eye. He had to sell it. You know he had to sell it. They're still reviewing it, so let's see if it's a flagrant or not. It's a very physical game as well, so, and it's only game one. Luke Cornett, doesn't really have a track record of making those sorts of plays, but yeah, I didn't think it was a flagrant. I thought it was just a hard foul. No flagrant foul, Chet. Chet tried to sell it. At first, I thought he even sold me at first. Yeah, Larry, you're right. J Darby, Flack, yeah, EWM. No foul there. And Chet does make both free throws, though, so it was still a shooting foul. It was in transition, and now OKC's down by 5. 4.5 minutes to go in the first half. Spurs, Thunder, Western Conference Finals. Whoa, we have a Devin Vassell sighting. 2 points for Devin Vassell. A mid-range jumper assisted by Luke Cornett, and the Spurs negate those Chet free throws to go back up by 7. Jalen Williams misses a floater attempt near the rim. Contested floater. And the Spurs go the other way. They speed things up. Stephon Castle misses right at the basket. This is an ugly quarter offensively for both teams. Stephon Castle turns it over. Jared McCain with his first steal of the game. He goes coast to coast and lays it in. Jared McCain has 4 points. They cut that 9-point lead to 3. Spurs call a timeout. 3:30 to go. 3:30 to go in the first half. As Cody Bellinger just hit a 2-run home run against my Toronto Blue Jays to the side here. So yeah, just while we have this quick timeout, give me a second, guys. I'll be back in about 60 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Hit the like button for me, and thanks for being here. Okay, Chad, I'm back. I didn't miss anything. Stephon Castle missed a three-point attempt, and Shai missed a long two. Only one field goal for Shai on MVP trophy night. How does the chat feel? How does the chat feel at the moment? Still a three-point game. As many people assume the team that wins this series is going to win the NBA Finals. Let's see what the Cavs or Knicks have to say about that, but we have other things to worry about here tonight. Wemby breaks the ice, hook shot, the unguardable hook shot. Wemby hits you with a sky hook, it's over. 12 points for Wemby. It's a double-double by halftime. We have a turnover from J-Dub, a steal from Champagny, and then Castle turns it over. So back-to-back turnovers from both teams. Chet with the steal. And OKC can't do anything with it. AJ Mitchell misses his first shot attempt of the game. And Wemby is having a big second quarter. Another dunk, cleaning up in front of the rim. Physicality on display. 14 points for Wemby after that dunk, assisted by Stephon Castle. And he flexed on the crowd. Wemby doesn't even look tired right now. Let's see. Jalen Williams drives to the rim. He misses. Kaysen Wallace is tailing. He grabs the offensive board. He misses as well. Wow. Spurs ball. Up by 10 now. Devin Vassell just hit a three, assisted by Dylan Harper. Just cashed the parlay by halftime. Cashed the parlay, chat. 4 assists, Dylan Harper. Wemby, 10 rebounds, minus 105. The parlay cashes by halftime. Thank you to everyone that hit the like button earlier when I asked, did anyone tail that parlay? It cashed. We have other bets, many other bets on the board that are very sweaty right now, though. But if you guys tailed in the chat, let me know and I'll shout you out. My bro Redbeard tailed, absolute real one. J Darby said, let's go. Welcome back, EWM. Flax funny, man. That's my bro. Who tailed the two-leg parlay? Shout out to you guys, sharpest chat on earth. Let's go. Larry Mavid cashed as well. One of the realists. Let's keep it going. 7-point lead for the Spurs. OKC have problems here. Not much, diversity in their offense at the moment. I mean, what would the score be if Alex Caruso didn't turn into Klay Thompson for a half? And there is a review taking place here. I don't think that it didn't count. So we've reached halftime. That will be the halftime score. Spurs 51, Thunder 44. Victor Wembanyama scores 14 points with 10 rebounds, records a double-double by halftime. Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle, they were effective as well. Keldon Johnson with 8 points off the bench. We need 1 point from Keldon Johnson to cash another bet. So that was a big-time performance there. And I cashed the parlay, as I said. Wemby, 10-plus rebounds. Dylan Harper, 4-plus assists. Cashes by halftime. Congrats to all of you who tailed. Larry Mavid, Digital Print House as well. Welcome back. Love to see you guys winning. Always rooting for you. Let's see what I can do with halftime bets. Let's see what I can do with halftime bets right now. Should I put together another parlay for the second half? A live one. What do you think, chat? I'm going to look at the live odds right now and see if we can put something together. Let's see. Drop your bets. Let me know if you guys are betting anything at halftime. And let me know how you guys feel about this one. Call it now. Who wins this game? I'm switching the question. Who wins this game on the money line? Who wins this game on the money line, chat? Unfortunately, I don't think Wemby recorded a single block. So, I mean, it's Wemby, but it's not looking good for that bet. But I think we have a chance with a few of these other bets. All of the other bets, I think we have a chance. So I'm going to put together another one now. I just want to say thanks to all the real ones that have been here from the beginning. P Patrol, he has a lot of money on the Spurs money line. I know it's likely going to be a sweat. Yeah, it could be. It could be. J Darby, OKC plus 1.5, sign me up. Redbeard said hit the lines. Yeah, I'm looking at live lines now, so let's see what we can do, chat. Shout out to the real ones. AKA you guys. Yeah, I'll put together another one now. Hit the like button for me as well. And I'm looking at options now. Uncharacteristically poor half, in terms of, the aggression as well. The shot volume was low for Shai. Gonna take a look at that. I did say before the game that I thought Shai was going under 30.5. I said that at the beginning. Let's assess our options here. We do have options. Yeah, AJ Mitchell 6+ could be an option, but I don't like what I saw from him in terms of the lack of aggression. I talked about him as an option pregame, but the reason I didn't jump on it officially was because of the return of Jalen Williams. I just wanted to see, but so far it's not looking good for AJ. If you guys are making halftime bets, drop them in the chat. Welcome back, Joao. Whoa, my phone's about to die. Yeah, he has the game on rookie difficulty for sure. Wemby's not playing fair right now. Once again, bossing up on Chet Holmgren. He owns Chet. But that doesn't mean they'll win the game. Let's see what happens. Okay, we still have time, chat. Just bear with me. So Julian Champagny only has 3 points. That's a good sign for us. OKC's plus 1.5 at halftime. That's crazy. The live total is 202.5. How do you guys feel about Chet? I might roll with Chet under 12.5. I'm just being honest. I just don't see it against Wemby, but I'll let you know if I lock it in officially here. Looking at tons of options, and Dort hasn't done. Dort has done nothing. Non-existent. Stephon Castle's live line is up to 19.5. I think we still have a chance with that Harper bet, the under. Hold on, chat. I have to put my light back on. I don't want to force it, but I'm at least looking. So just give me a moment. Shai's points line is Shai's gonna have to be a bit more selfish with his shot attempts. But it's difficult. When Wemby's out there at the rim, even Luke Cornett did a pretty good job defensively sealing off the rim. And then also you have Stephon Castle tailing Shai not all the way up the court, the full length of the court. I might not bet on the winner here. Game 2 is where I might roll with winners, Javi. I thought about it here, and for me, I might just roll with props for this one. Godlike player said Shai's points line is only 19.5. Shai needs to be selfish. If that's the only path to victory for OKC, in my opinion here. You can't expect, I mean, realistically, you can't expect you can't expect what Alex Caruso did to be sustainable, even though he does have a somewhat decent track record against the Spurs. Get my lights back on. might roll with Wemby 25 plus though. Seriously. Who's stopping Wemby? And Wemby 25 plus with wow, they dropped it to 11.5 for Chet, his points line. So I'm looking for something to pair Wemby 25 plus with. And I'm running out of time. Just bear with me, chat. Okay, I'm going to bet Chet under 11.5 by itself. I actually just did. Chet Holmgren under 11.5 points. Plus 104 on FanDuel. You know, if you guys can see that official bet for me. Chet Holmgren under 11.5 points at plus 104 to win a half, risking a half unit. Whoa, it went up to 12.5 after I bet it. That's crazy. That always happens. You can get 12.5 at plus 100s now on FanDuel. I got 11.5, so I mean, it's strange. It's very strange. And then you have Champagny. I'm going to let it ride with Champagny. The under. We have the pregame bet under. I was thinking of a hedge, but going to let that ride. Alex Caruso, 16 first half points. Multiple threes left and right. The second half started, Chad. I'll let you know if I bet anything else live. So for me, it's Chet Holmgren under at halftime. The game is back, so let's get back into it. And if I bet anything else live, it'll be during a timeout or at the end of a quarter as Dylan Harper hits a layup off an OKC turnover. And the second half is off to the races. Yeah, the Sabres. I see that, Chris. Sabres game is tied. They just tied it up. So it's back to a 9-point lead. This match is the biggest lead of the game for the Spurs. And dare I say, OKC's in trouble. Maybe not. Jalen Williams with a mid-range jumper. J-Dub has been in decent form here today. It's Shai that hasn't really arrived on MVP trophy ceremony night. It's actually an and one for J-Dub. He's going to the free throw line with 14 points in his return from the hamstring strain. And what a shot, too. I mean, who was that? Champagny? He just cooked Champagny. Or was it Castle? Yep, it was Devin Vassell. And he makes the free throw. What a move, too. Six-point lead. Spurs ball. Game 1, Western Conference Finals. Best of luck to all. Oh no, Chet hits a 3 to start the second half. He has 8 points now. And Chet must have heard me because he hits a 3 assisted by Lou Dort. And it's only a 3-point lead for San Antonio now. Spurs go the other way. They respond. Stephon Castle drives right to the rim. And now he has 13 points. 5-point lead for the Spurs. Let's see if things open up offensively here. If I drop any more live bets, I'll let you know. And OKC scores again. Maybe things are opening up here. Cason Wallace has 5 points now. His points prop line was only 5.5 pregame. And it's back to a 3-point lead for the Spurs. Spurs ball. Julian Champagny misses a corner 3. He's off today. 1 for 5 from the field. And so is Lou Dort. They're having a mid-off. That was a crazy pass from Wemby, too. Lou Dort misses a 3. But Cason Wallace grabs an offensive rebound. It's still OKC ball here. The crowd's looking for ways to get back into this game. They need Shai to lead them against this alien Wemby. And they failed to score off the offensive rebound. Shai is 1 for 7 from the field. Spurs go the other way. And Julian Champagny drives to the rim and he scores 5 points. Spurs go back up by 5. These teams are trading baskets. Whoa, Shai hit a 3. Shai with the 3 and the crowd is definitely making their presence known. Aggressive defense from Dylan Harper too, getting away with some contact, but either way, Shai hits a 3. He has 7 points now. It's a 2-point lead. Nice pass from Jalen Williams too. The drive and kick game was effective there. Let's see what the Spurs do with it. 8 minutes left in the third quarter. Wow, a rare 8-second violation. Yeah, that's what it was, too. Welcome back, Pablo. Flack. Until Champagny scored that bucket. Best of luck, DG, Chris Mack, J Darby, Digital, Redbeard, all of you guys. Javier Ramirez, godlike player. Shai tries another 3. He misses. Lou Dort grabs the offensive rebound. And Lou Dort hits the three. Jalen Williams gives it back to him. And OKC takes the lead. They were just down by 9. It's a 14-4 run for OKC, chat. And here come the champs. Timeout Spurs. Wemby hasn't really done anything in the second half so far. 7.5, just over 7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. And the fans love the effort, the offensive rebounding. That was a bad sequence for the Spurs on the boards. It's also worth noting that OKC went small to start the second half. Cason Wallace started for Hartenstein in the second half, so. Live spread, OKC's up to 3.5-point favorites now, live. They're 3.5-point favorites live. Yeah, you said OKC third quarter is like the third quarter Warriors from a couple of years ago. And Jay Darby, you've been saying that too. Yeah, it's working right now. It's definitely working. Best of luck, DG. I consider that with Harper, 6+ assists. I backed off digital pronounce. I chose not to double dip. Right now, a couple of my bets are really sweaty. It's going to be, I don't know. Let's hope for the best, everyone. Let's hope for the best. How do you guys feel now? Where are all the Spurs bettors? Where are the Thunder bettors? How do you guys feel about who's going to win this game? Give me your prediction. No, I didn't. J Darby. Best of luck, though. I know you did. It's cash. Yeah, I know. Jared, I have it off to the side here, but I know a lot of, maybe not, I don't know. How many of you guys are hockey fans? I'm not a Habs fan. Montreal Canadiens. I'm not, I'm not one of those guys up here in Canada that roots for all the other Canadian teams when my team it doesn't go far. So it's Leafs or nothing for me. But from a betting perspective, I'll still participate, but still an entertaining game. And my Leafs are stinking it up these days. Yeah, Andre, you might be right. Sleepy Potato Head said, Thunder pull it off. Okay. Enjoy the game and thanks for being here. You guys probably wouldn't believe this, but there are tons of people here in Toronto that are rooting against Montreal tonight. It's crazy. I'm not saying I'm rooting against them. I'm just not a fan of their team. Red Beer bought more Spurs live in the prediction markets. Oh, it's harder to be a Jets fan for sure. And we're back from the timeout, guys. Free throws for Wemby out of the timeout. Mitch Johnson was yelling at the Spurs during that timeout, guys. He was not happy. I don't know what instructions they failed to follow, but first foul on Shai. Wemby hits the free throw to tie the game. Dylan Harper just subbed out for the rookie Carter Bryant. And Wemby makes both free throws, 16 points for the alien. Yeah, I definitely understand that, Flack. You're not doing anything wrong, brother. I truly appreciate your time, and I'm glad you're here. Chet just missed a little mid-range jumper. Whoa, Champagny has 8 points now. He hit a 3. Very unfortunate. He has 5 points since halftime. After a rough first half from the field, I do have his under 9.5. So no more Champagny for me, or I will lose the bet. I have under 9.5 with Champagny. Nice pass from the rookie Carter Bryant. And Chet misses another shot. Back-to-back shot attempts missed by Chet Holmgren. He actually got Champagny actually got a piece of that on the perimeter. Blocked, got a piece of that 3 block. He got credited with the block there. So, and Chet is stinking it up a bit. That's why it was an air ball if you're watching the broadcast. Castle, fouled by Shai. Shai picked up 2 fouls here in this quarter. He has 2 fouls now after a clean first half in that category. And Castle has 14 points now after making the first free throw. Wemby and Vassell sub out of the game. Here comes Keldon Johnson. We need 1 more point from Keldon Johnson. And Luke Cornett is in the game as well. Isaiah Hartenstein, Jared McCain, and Alex Caruso sub in for OKC. 5-point lead for the Spurs. And Castle makes both free throws. 15 points for Stephon Castle. And he's 6 for 6 at the line. Spurs go back up by 6. OKC did all of that to take the lead, and they cough it back up. This is a resilient Spurs team. Oh, now we have free throws for Hartenstein after not scoring anything in the first half. Isaiah Hartenstein has a chance to score his first points of the game. And the foul is on Luke Cornett. Oh, it's on Champagny. I thought it was on Cornett. Wow. 2 fouls on Champagny. AJ Mitchell just subbed in for Lou Dort. Hartenstein's clutch at the line, goes 2 for 2. 4-point lead for the Spurs. Whoa, Stephon Castle turns the ball over. That's his 6th turnover of this ballgame. Otherwise, it's been a pretty decent performance. It was a rare traveling call at this level. Jared McCain hits his first 3 of the game. AJ Mitchell with the assists. OKC down by 1. Jared McCain has 7 points now, chat. Spurs ball, 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Whoa, Keldon Johnson turns it over. Steps out of bounds. He was on the baseline and stepped out of bounds. Good help defense from Isaiah Hartenstein. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was tailing him down there towards the baseline as he tried to drive to the basket. There was no angle for him. Isaiah Hartenstein stepped up with the help D and forced him to step out of bounds. But Dylan Harper, fourth steal of the game for the rookie out of Rutgers, Dylan Harper. And he scores off of his own steal. 11 points, 4 steals, 4 assists for Dylan Harper. Playing well beyond his years here in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals and much of the NBA playoffs. It was a difficult finish too, though, because two OKC players, AJ Mitchell and Hartenstein, did get back on to try to contest his layup, and it just wasn't enough. Timeout OKC. Who wins, chat? Who wins? Andre Rogers says he needs 5 more from Castle and 3 more from Wallace. Best of luck. I hope you cash. Yeah, let's go, Keldon J. Darby. He said Harper's a dog. He's a beast. At this stage of the game, how do you guys feel about the money line? Yeah, Shai has 7. Let's see what happens after this timeout. It's a pretty interesting game. Spurs, I'm not going to say they've ever really been in control of the game. OKC, they have gone on a few runs here, fueled by their defensive, intensity. But the Spurs have responded to every OKC run either with a well-timed basket at the rim or a trip to the free throw line. The margins are slim here. Great call, Jared, with that Harper over 10.5 pregame. And Karma Guru, welcome back. He said Thunder will cover 6.5. Okay. What did Digital Printout said? He said he was my favorite player in that draft. You're talking about this, the Harper draft with Cooper? And we have a few substitutions now. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Alex Caruso sub out of the game for Lou Dort and Jalen Williams. And Devin Vassell subs in for Julian Champagny. Can we get that basket from Keldon Johnson? Yeah, it's a pretty good game, Flack. Pretty good game. Oh, I lost my first live bet. Dylan Harper points. He scored again, 13 points, and That might be my sign to not bet his unders anymore, chat. 13 points for Dylan Harper with a layup, and he's having a big impact on this game. OKC responds. It's AJ Mitchell with his first bucket of the game. He has 16 points. It's a mid-range jumper, something we saw him, a shot that we saw him hit consistently in that Lakers series. AJ Mitchell's on the board, but it's still a 3-point lead for the Spurs, and they have a chance to extend that. We have some good news here. Keldon Johnson is going to the free throw line for the Spurs. We need 1 point from Keldon Johnson to go over 8.5 points to cash the pregame bet that I placed way before De'Aaron Fox was ruled out. The foul is on Isaiah Hartenstein. And we cash Keldon Johnson. We cash another bet. Keldon Johnson over 8.5 points is a winner, chat. I did say he has a chance to be an effective player in this particular game, and he actually reached 10 points. So if you cash Keldon Johnson over 8.5 points, let me know in the chat. I'll give you a shout out. 2 wins, 1 loss so far. Although the Wemby's blocks bet will probably be a loss. Who bet Keldon Johnson with me? Okay, we have a turnover here. Turnover from Devin Vassell coughs it up. Isaiah Hartenstein's playing pretty well defensively. Hey, welcome back, Matt, Jay Darby. You guys cashed with me. Love to see that. Hope you guys are enjoying the game. Hope you're enjoying the stream as well. I will be on again tomorrow for the Knicks Cavs game 1. So just make sure you all have notifications on. Really going to scale things up with the WNBA though, guys. I know for a fact I'm on to something with the WNBA, so I want you guys to win with me, so turn notifications on. Big time dunk, second highlight dunk of the game for Jalen Williams, who has 17 points in his return. Shout out to the real ones. Shout out to the sharpest chat on earth. Wemby's back. He's going to the free throw line. Jalen Williams with the foul. Wemby has a chance to add to his total. And he does, 17 points. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a smaller sample size, but I have as well, EWM community. Let's talk about that sometime. Yeah, I've never dabbled with WNBA DFS, but definitely I'll scale it up, J Darby. $12 rebounds for Wemby now. It's an offensive rebound after the Vassell missed 3, and he grabs another one. Still Spurs ball, and he gets fouled. A monster sequence physically for Wemby. And this foul's on Shai. This is the third foul for Shai here. Whoa, they called that on McCain. Hey, it's okay. Two for two at the line. Spurs have been clinical at the free throw line today. Six-point lead for San Antonio. The game's trending towards the under. Whoa, we got a block from Wemby. Only took 3 quarters, but we do have a block from Wemby. He blocks Jalen Williams at the rim. And the Spurs go the other way. And they capitalize instantly. 5 assists for Stephon Castle. Devin Vassell hits the shot. 7 points for him. And the Spurs are cruising without De'Aaron Fox. And Shai answers with his second 3 of the quarter. 10 points for the MVP. It's not going to be enough. Shai needs to do more. But it's tough with the way, the Spurs are sealing off the rim with Wemby. Grateful to be watching this game with you guys. So much to be grateful for. Thank you for being here. And DG37 just cashed Wemby over 12.5 rebounds plus 108. Great call, fam. Sharpest chat on earth. And you guys are crushing it once again. Champagne just subbed back in the game for Keldon Johnson, and so did Alex Caruso for OKC. Jared McCain, 20 points for Wemby, and he still has another free throw to attempt here. More free throws for Wemby. Sorry, I was distracted by my phone. Where you guys at? Where's the chat at? How do you guys feel about the game? Where's the sharpest chat on earth? Roll51 said Fox will be traded after this season, win or lose. I mean, he has a tradable contract. 5 steals for Dylan Harper. An absolute defensive menace. Defensive menace, chat. They should get Jalen Williams out of this game. I don't think he should be in this game. I'm talking about the other Jalen Williams, the center for OKC. This is a bad sequence for him. But Alex Caruso, who transformed into Klay Thompson today, unrecognizable from his, I believe it was the NBA Cup. No, it was Christmas Day. 5 threes for Caruso, 6 assists for Shai, and Caruso has 19 points. He leads all OKC players in scoring. Unbelievable performance. Remember on Christmas Day when Alex Caruso stunk it up and went 0 for 10 from the 3-point line? We were watching that game together, and it was against the Spurs. But the Spurs respond instantly here. The bounce-back Spurs. Devin Vassell, with his second 3 of the game, he reaches 10 points. I talked about that projection before the game, 10 plus for him, and 6 plus assists for Stephon Castle. Maybe I should have bet all of the projections. But either way, Spurs up by 7, just before the end of the quarter. There were 9 seconds left, and Caruso missed a 3 at the buzzer on the other end. And OKC has a lot of work to do here because the Spurs are trying to take control of this series in game 1 without their highest paid player. Wemby will eventually be their highest paid player when he signs a max mega alien contract. But De'Aaron Fox is their highest paid player right now, and he's not playing today, and the Spurs are still up by 7 against the reigning champs. And OKC has a lot to figure out here. How can they unlock Shai's game in this game? How can they get more balance in their offensive attack? Can they stop the Spurs at the rim? And now things are opening up for the Spurs on the three-point line. It's getting ugly for OKC here. I did not predict OKC to win this game, but it's ugly for them right now. It's ugly for them. But we still have an entire quarter, and if you guys are watching the game, it feels like the Spurs should be up by 15 plus here, but they're actually turning the ball over at a pretty rapid clip. The Spurs, let me check the turnover differential here. And I think that's what's keeping OKC in this game. The Spurs are turning the ball over. Right now, OKC is winning the turnover battle. 11 turnovers for the Spurs, only 8 for OKC. But the free throw attempts, the physicality, the Spurs have attempted 21 free throws compared to just 9 for OKC. It's fair. I'm not one of those guys that thinks that something weird is going on when one team attempts more free throws. The Spurs have been the more physical team. They deserve to be attempting more free throws. Just like when people say Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a free throw merchant, but a lot of times he is incredibly aggressive. He's physical. We're not seeing that today. And most of those free throw attempts that we see Shai attempt are justified, but we're not seeing that today because the Spurs are the more physical team here today. And it's been a collective effort. 5 steals from Dylan Harper. 5 steals. Stephon Castles played well defensively. Wemby, of course. Luke Cornett was playing pretty well defensively in a smaller stint. Keldon Johnson, energy off the bench. Devin Vassell knocking down shots. Julian Champagnie playing better basketball in the second half. But at the end of the day, because of the turnovers on the Spurs side of things, OKC are still within striking distance. I mean, if it wasn't for the turnovers, and OKC have scored 20 points off of those 11 Spurs turnovers. If it wasn't for that, I mean, the Spurs could be up by 20 points here. Gotta call it like I see it. Shai has the under. Oh no, Rabbit has the under. Shai under pregame from before the game, and it's looking good there. So. Congrats. I hope you cash, but I don't want to jinx you, but Patrol said Spurs money line's looking good. Yeah. The only good thing you can say about OKC is that it's still a single-digit lead for the Spurs. So, I mean, the Spurs are, I'm not going to say they're in control yet. I have to take back what I said. Jay Darby said, and they don't say anything about Embiid and Brunson being free throw merchants. Yeah, it's weird. I don't think it's cool to anyone deserves criticism, right? But I don't think, all the children dissing Shai online all the time, troll comments, it's lame to me. That's just me though. They're just mad because their favorite players can't stop him. Today though, it's an uncharacteristically poor performance from Shai, and really a lot of it is due to his lack of aggression. So let's see what happens. Chet is back in the game, and the fourth quarter is underway. Victor Wembanyama misses a shot at point blank range for him. He has 21 points. He's only 6 for 13 from the field, but doing damage at the free throw line. And it's OKC ball here, down by 7. Let's enjoy it all, chat. Let's enjoy it all. You still have a chance with that team total, EWM. And OKC caught a break by stopping Wemby right at the rim, but then Chet Holmgren turns it over. He steps out of bounds in the corner, chat. He's in the corner and he steps out of bounds, and I kid you not, it's really quiet in this stadium right now. It's really quiet. Whoa, Keldon Johnson said he wants more. He went over the other line, the inflated line, with De'Aaron Fox out. Keldon Johnson with his third 3 of the game. 7 assists for Stephon Castle, and Keldon Johnson has been an X factor in this game. AJ Mitchell responds with a long 2. His foot was on the line. 4 points for AJ Mitchell, but it's an 8-point lead for the Spurs. And now Shai missed another bucket, a mid-range jumper. He's 3 for 11, and this is one of the worst playoff performances we've seen from Shai over the last 2 to 3 seasons. That was a makeable shot from Shai. We've seen him hit that shot time and time again. But OKC catches a break. Devin Vassell with an offensive foul, and they're subbing Stephon Castle out here for Dylan Harper. So we have Dylan Harper, Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson, Wemby on the court. 8-point lead Spurs, Game 1 Western Conference Finals. If there's anyone watching in the background that's not subscribed, press the subscribe button and turn notifications on for my channel. Cason Wallace with a bad pass, but look who's there at the steal. Dylan Harper records his 6th steal of the ball game. His 6th steal of the ball game. And let's see what the Spurs do with it. This is a great performance from Dylan Harper. And they get points off the turnover. And it's Wemby, chat. 23 points for Victor Wembanyama. Unstoppable at the moment. 10-point lead from the Spurs. They're in control now. The tempo of the game, just the flow of the game, the Spurs are in control here. And that layup from Wemby, he spin moved right into the body of Chet Holmgren. What a finish there. Chet looked weak. But OKC, some good news for them. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Shai with the free throws, chat. Free throw attempts for Shai. He draws contact on Carter Bryant. And he's going to shoot 2. OKC down 10. Yeah, he might be. Redbeard, I hope you catch all of those bets. You need 3 from Castle, 2 from Harper, 4 from Wemby. I hope you cash, brother. Even though I'm on the other side, I'll be honest, I hope you catch the other ones. But let's roll, brother. Best of luck always. I was talking about the other side of the Castle bet. Still have a chance, but it's not the best chance. Shai goes 2 for 2 at the line. Uh-oh, alley-oop dunk. Devin Vassell with the pass to Wemby. And Wemby has 25, chat. He went over his pregame points prop line, which was 23.5 to 24.5 and 25 plus for Wemby. And look, it's Alex Caruso, who's Klay Thompson today, 6 threes, assisted by Shai. And I kid you not, they'd be down by 20 plus if it wasn't for Caruso. And it's a very quiet arena. Remember, generally, the OKC crowd is the strongest home court advantage possibly in the entire league. And today, it just they seem to be stunned at the moment. But it's their team's only down by 7. I mean, and that last play is indicative of how Shai's night has gone. He just missed a shot at point blank that we've seen him hit 99 times out of 100. Well, that was the 100th attempt, and he missed. Wemby and Vassell get rest here. Caruso and Wallace get rest here. Luke Cornett, Champagny, and McCain and Hartenstein re-enter the game. Keldon Johnson misses the corner three. Stephon Castle grabs the offensive board, but then they turn it over. Shai with his third steal of the game. 2+ steals for Shai was plus 170 before the game. It was on my short list, but it doesn't matter now. Wemby's blocks will fail us. And now Shai misses a layup off the steal. And Shai thinks that he was fouled, but either way, the ball goes out of bounds and the refs say OKC ball, and the Spurs fans are telling their coach to challenge this. They do not think it should be OKC's ball. Another turnover for OKC, so that was the only bright spot for them. But since I said that OKC was winning the turnover battle, I think they've turned the ball over 2 or 3 times since I said that a few minutes ago. And now the Spurs have a chance to win the turnover battle. Jared Weiss likes OKC Moneyline Live plus 200. Best of luck, brother. Redbeard, let's go. J Darby said Chet is weak. 9-point lead, Dylan Harper, super rookie out of Rutgers. Timeout. OKC, 7.5 to go in the fourth quarter. And that layup there took the air out of the arena. Dylan Harper's playing like D Wade out here. It's crazy. I have a couple of sweaty bets on the board. Remember, no team has won back-to-back NBA titles since the 2018 Golden State Warriors with Kevin Durant. Doesn't mean that the OKC won't win this year, but I'm just bringing that up. Seemed like a good time to bring that up. Yeah, their GM has done an excellent job. Their entire front office, J Darby. We're back from that timeout. Kobe adopted son in the chat said OKC wins game 5. Oh no, you said something before. Spurs game 1, OKC 2 and 3, Spurs 4, OKC, and then Spurs win game 6 and 7. You have it all. You have the script. You have the script. Welcome to the community as well. I'll stream again tomorrow, guys. And we're back. Andre Rogers says, yeah, we just didn't see it. Yeah. Harper, 2-leg. Great call. Redbeard. J. Darby said, good time to jump on those odds. Flack, you are 100%. Wemby is literally unstoppable. The only thing that can stop Wemby is referees and health. Sometimes in the regular season, you see Wemby, he's not as motivated. You see it sometimes. Might be a night against the Utah Jazz or something, but this is a different Wemby right now. Keldon Johnson gets some much-deserved rest for Devin Vassell, who subs back in the game. Lou Dort dunked the ball, by the way. AJ Mitchell with 4 assists. Spurs up by 7. Just over 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. And Castle just missed a deep 3. A deep 3, chat. Hey, no problem, Kobe in the chat. Welcome to the community, brother. Best of luck always. I appreciate you as well. I appreciate everyone in the chat, everyone watching in the background. Oh, caught a break there. Champagny missed the 3. And Wemby just committed a foul on the other end. So OKC's not out of it yet. OKC's not out of it yet. His first foul of the game, defensively disciplined today, Wemby. But OKC is still hanging around here. Whoa! 2 blocks for Wemby. Whoa! Can he get 2 more? I mean, he's the only player I would say has a chance to record 2 more blocks, 2 random blocks. He might do it on the same possession. You never know. Yeah, Isaiah Joe hasn't played today. It's weird, J. Darby. And they were offering his props, I believe. I wonder why he would fall out the rotation unless there's something we're not aware of. Hopefully, Kobe. Dylan Harper just missed a little fadeaway shot. And now Shai scores, guys. It's a 5-point game. So, and 1 for Shai. He has 14 points, has a chance for 15 here. And OKC gets a couple of stops. We have a foul on Wemby here. And that 9-point lead is only 5 now. And the reigning champs are hanging around. And Wemby landed on Shai. That was very awkward. Shai is like... So that could have been ugly, but he's okay. He's okay. Wemby didn't mean it. Wemby didn't mean it. But Shai will shoot a free throw after this timeout, after getting clobbered by Wemby there. Yeah, big and one there, Fleck. Ha, digital's crazy. Pause. Redbeard, yeah, great game one. A lot of intrigue here. A lot to unpack, especially with the De'Aaron Fox injury. A lot to get into before game two. Yeah, I don't think Wemby meant it, though. What do you think, Flack? You saw the replay, right? Wemby weighs a lot, man. This guy just landed on Shai. And great call, Jared Weiss. Another winning bet in the chat. He cashed with Michael King over 5.5 strikeouts. He shared that earlier. Great call, Jared. Let's keep it going, fam. He missed the free throw. Ah. $14 points for Shai. He missed the free throw, and Wemby ripped the rebound. How many rebounds is that for Wemby? 15 plus? And Dylan Harper scores on the other end. You're funny, Flack. Digital printouts with the table tennis bet. That's hilarious. Dylan Harper with the layup, assisted by Wemby. 17 points for the rookie. 7-point lead. We've entered clutch time here. And Shai's going right back to the free throw line. He makes the first free throw. 3 fouls on Dylan Harper. 15 points for Shai. 6-point game. AJ Mitchell subs in for Jared McCain. Shai makes both free throws. Stephon Castle drive. Alex Caruso with the block. He blocked Stephon Castle at the rim. OKC down by 5. The loose ball went to Vassell, who missed the mid-range jumper. OKC has it, and they go the other way. Uh-oh, it's a 3-point game. OKC are down by 3. Jalen Williams with the bucket. 19 points for J-Dub. The Spurs have only scored 1 field goal in like the last 3 or 4 minutes, guys. And that's another miss for San Antonio. It's Julian Champagny. But Devin Vassell grabs the offensive board, and now Dylan Harper misses the 3. And the Spurs have gone ice cold at the wrong time. Another timeout from San Antonio. And they are ice cold. If there's anyone watching that wants to join my free Discord server, click the link that I just pinned in the chat, join my free Discord, and welcome. Yeah, unless it goes to overtime, but the under looks like it's hitting, J Darby. Yes, sir. Okay, give me about 30 seconds, guys. Yeah, it's been commercial, though, Flack. I'll be right back. I'll be back before the timeout. Whoa, chat. Chet with a block. Stephon Castle with 8 assists. See, this is where I said that having De'Aaron Fox might be key. I told you guys Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper, they have a turnover issue at times. 8 turnovers for Stephon Castle. A few of them in this fourth quarter. Chet Holmgren with the steal, but Shai misses. OKC only down by 1. Their defense has clamped down, but Wemby's going to the free throw line. Whoa. And the Spurs haven't been able to score from the open court for a few minutes now. It's been all free throws. It's been all free throws. OKC's defense is clamping down at the right moment. How do we feel, chat? Who takes this one? Who takes this one? Oh, wait, hold on. They're reviewing something. They're reviewing something. Oh, no. They said no foul. It's a side out. But it doesn't matter. Devin Vassell hits the 3. And the Spurs are up by 4 with 2.5 minutes left. Devin Vassell with 13 points. 3 threes. That was the first 3 the Spurs hit in almost 9 minutes of regulation. What a clutch basket. Let's see what OKC does with it. They respond. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with a bucket closer to the rim. 18 points for the reigning MVP. He drew some contact on Wemby there and was not afraid to let it fly. OKC down by 2. Spurs ball. Let's see what they do with it. Whoa! Wemby with an offensive foul away from the ball. And that's another Spurs turnover. That's been a major issue for them. But what are they looking at here? Wow, they're going to review this for a flagrant. That might be a flagrant foul on Wemby. He led with his head for no reason and ran Alex Caruso over, even though he was nowhere near the play, nowhere near the ball. Let's see how they rule this, but it could be a flagrant foul. I'm going to say it's 50-50. He tackled him. He tackled him, Chet. It might not be a flagrant, though. Let's see. Caruso definitely sold it. Flack, J Darby, P Patrol. Oh, it's very sweaty, P Patrol. Sweaty game here. They said no flagrant. It's a regular foul. Regular foul. OKC ball, chat. Side out. Whoa, it's Klay Thompson, a.k.a. Alex Caruso, with the three. And no other basket was as important as that one. Caruso with his 7th three of the game to give the OKC Thunder the lead. Shai with the assists. And I mean, what more can the Spurs do here? Champagny hits a three. Unbelievable. I thought we were going to get by with that one. Champagny with the three, chat. That's a bet that I will lose. Thought we were going to skate by with that one. He wasn't even attempting shots. But either way, he hit a clutch three. Clutch three. 8 assists for Stephon Castle, by the way. And it's okay. OKC, as the Spurs are up by 2. Wow. Jalen Williams responds with a difficult floater. And he ties the game. Spurs ball, tie game, 1 minute to go. What a basketball game. Wow. Another turnover for the Spurs. Shai goes. He misses the layup. And Wemby rips the rebound out of Shai's hands. Timeout Spurs. Shai missed the layup. It was contested, but we've seen him make that shot time and time again. Wemby rips the rebound and Spurs timeout. Tie game, 53 seconds to go. Who wins, chat? Who wins? It's been amazing, J Darby. I appreciate you. J Darby, Flack, everyone here, EWM community, Redbeard, Jared, everyone that's here, man. Digital Print House, Kobe. Andre Rogers, Redbeard, Matt Harris, DG37, Roll 51. Thanks to you guys for being here. Absolute real ones. And we're back to the game. Spurs inbound the ball. They give it to Dylan Harper. Wow. Dylan Harper gets bailed out. He's going to shoot free throws. The refs with a strange call at the end of the shot clock. 2 fouls on Chet Holmgren, and that was crazy. So many loose 50-50 balls recovered by the Spurs within one possession. What balance. He makes the first free throw. One of the youngest players in the league. Rookie. 18 points. He makes both free throws clutch. Clutch. 19 points from Dylan Harper. Timeout OKC. OKC down by 2. 37 seconds to go. Yeah, it's looking great, Rabbit. The under you have. Redbeard said alien for the win. It's a great game, Redbeard. Carl Winslow said, what's going on? Couldn't hang in here tonight, but this game is wild. It's a wild game. It's a wild game, Carl Winslow. Welcome back, brother. Andre Rogers says, I smell OT. Yeah, Flack. Yeah, Spurs are doing it right now. Hold on, chat. What the hell did this freeze for? Finally, I had to refresh the game. And it looks like Shai's going to the free throw line. Is that what I just missed? Yeah. Okay. Shai's at the line. He makes the first free throw. Only a 1-point game. Can someone win this game? I don't want this game to go to overtime. I don't want this game to go to overtime. Stephon Castle walks the ball up the court. 99-99. 25 seconds to go. They flip it to Wemby. High post. He has a mismatch with Jalen Williams. Everyone's a mismatch. And Wemby scores with the spin move on J-Dub. No one came to help, and Wemby makes them pay. Where was Chet Holmgren? Why didn't someone come help? Either way, 101-99 Spurs. 101-99 Spurs. And OKC calls a timeout with 11 seconds to go. had Jalen Williams out there on an island for 5 to 6 seconds and no one came to help, Wemby was probably shocked. Jalen Williams still tried to make it difficult, but he just can't do anything with Wemby. He's nowhere. He has a foot on him, a foot of height. And Bismack Biyombo loves it on the Spurs bench, wearing a tracksuit. Bismack Biyombo wants a title. I'm just... Flack. EWM. I see you guys. What a game, Redbeard. $11.5 on the clock. 101.99. OKC's about to inbound the ball. Jalen Williams inbounding the ball. AJ Mitchell subbed into the game. He has the ball at the top of the key. Dylan Harper's matched up with him. One-on-one. They give it to Shai on the curl. Stephon Castle can't stop him. No way this game might go to overtime. Shai just scored. Shai just scored at the rim. Very unlucky for anyone that has unders. 101-101. And I thought that was a foul. Still 3 seconds on the clock, chat. That was a great play they called from head coach Mark Daniel just to give Shai a sliver of space in that driving lane to get to the rim. Smoke That Smoke, welcome back. My bro, he said he cashed the 8-leg parlay. Love to see it. And 3 seconds on the clock, it's a tie game. And that is horrific. Spurs ball, 3 seconds to go. Are they going to walk it off or is this game going to overtime? Both teams in the bonus, so the margins are slim here. The margins are slim. And they sub Shai out for this possession. He's in foul trouble. Let's see what happens, chat. Spurs are about to inbound the ball. Overtime or no overtime? What will happen here? They give it to Wemby. High post. He gets blocked by Chet at the buzzer. It's going to overtime. Chet Holmgren with the block shot at the buzzer. He blocked Wemby, and this game is going to overtime. Free basketball, 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left, chat. 5 fresh minutes on the clock. And let's see what happens. I mean, it's anyone's game now. Wemby mishandled the inbound pass. By the time he recovered it, all he could do was jump up and try to get something, a floater or something, and Chet was ready. Chet was set defensively. He was ready because time was against Wemby there. Maybe Wemby would have had a better shot if he didn't bobble the inbound pass because he had a mismatch on Cason Wallace. And I have to give Cason Wallace some credit here. Looking at the other angle, Cason Wallace got his hands in there and made it a bit difficult for Wemby to even control the ball. So, either way, 101-101. And I mean, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. Literally anything can happen now. What a game. How do you feel, chat? How do you feel? Had a chance to cash Stephon Castle and Chet Holmgren unders right there. Literally right there. If someone would have just won the game. This happened to me. What game was that? It wasn't about player props, but I think it was game 5 of the Cavs Pistons series, where I needed that game to, not go to overtime. I had the under, and you guys know what they say. Overtime is where unders go to die. Overtime is where unders go to die. And overtime is starting now, so what a battle here. What a moment for Chet Holmgren. And overtime is tipping off now. Best of luck to all. Yeah, Caruso came up big time. So did Chet there. Overtime starts. Let me know if the scoreboard ever freezes again like that. And Shai slips and turns the ball over. Spurs ball. And now we have another turnover. This time it's the Spurs. And Dylan Harper isn't able to corral the pass in the corner. It bounces off his leg, I believe, and goes out of bounds. AJ Mitchell walks it up the court. Shai, one-on-one matchup with Dylan Harper. And Dylan Harper blocks Shai's three-pointer. Turns it into an air ball. That's a block shot for Dylan Harper to go along with his 6 steals. A defensive masterpiece from Dylan Harper. And neither team has scored a bucket in overtime so far. Spurs inbound the ball. Stephon Castle. He gets the screen from Wemby. And what a monster dunk. Stephon Castle just dunked on half of the team. Unbelievable. Stephon Castle just dunked with 2 hands. On half of the OKC team. And we have a floater from Shai. No foul call. Spurs ball. They go the other way. And another turnover from Dylan Harper. They have turned the ball over at a rapid clip. That's really what's kept OKC in this ball game. This is a fast-paced game. This is a crazy basketball game. A lot of action on the court. These teams want this badly. They're diving for loose balls. Sloppy basketball game here in this overtime. And we have a challenge. There's an out-of-bounds call. Wemby and Chet Holmgren both touched the ball that went out of bounds, and the Spurs are challenging. They ruled it's OKC's ball, but the Spurs are challenging this one. And let's see, I can see another angle. It's crazy how Chet literally landed on Wemby's face there, and he got up like it was nothing. Wemby, the machine. I need to see another angle. That's a poor angle. I think the Spurs might win this challenge, though. It's very close, though. Very close. Mark Carpenter, welcome back, fam. Yeah, you guys saw that, right? Flack, Carl Winslow, a couple minutes ago. Wemby, I mean, that Stephon Castle dunk was vicious. With authority. Hey, no apologies needed, Mark Carpenter. You've been one of the realest all season, brother. Welcome back. It's been a fun game to watch. I will stream again tomorrow. Going to scale things up with my WNBA bets, which have gone very well so far this season as well. But that will be an upload, and I'll stream again tomorrow for Knicks Cavs. Everyone that's watching, I hope to see you again tomorrow for another live stream. Knicks Cavs Eastern Conference Finals, Game 1 tomorrow. Spurs ball. Spurs ball. Julian Champagny has it. Good defensive intensity from Chet, but the Spurs still have it. They're draining the clock. Dylan Harper kicks it out to Stephon Castle for a deep three. He misses. Wemby grabs the putback and puts it in. It's a 4-point lead for the Spurs, and all 4 points have come from the Spurs in this overtime. OKC is yet to score. 105, 101, 2:30 on the clock. And I don't know who sent that second super chat donation earlier. I have to check after the stream, but I really appreciate you, whoever that was. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, chat. A wide open three. That's not who you want to leave wide open today. He's been Klay Thompson today. Alex Caruso with the three, his 8th three of the game. 30 points for Alex Caruso, 10 assists for Shai, and there was so much wide open space for Alex Caruso. Spurs ball, another turnover for Stephon Castle. 11 turnovers for Castle. Alex Caruso jumps the route like a linebacker, and Jalen Williams goes coast to coast and dunks the ball. Stephon Castle is a turnover machine today. 11 turnovers. I talked about that before the stream, that could be a big factor. De'Aaron Fox, not having that leadership on the floor. And now Wemby turns it over. Three turnovers for Wemby. It's a steal for Jalen Williams. And OKC's up by 1, by the way. But they miss. AJ Mitchell misses the transition 3. Spurs ball. The ball went out of bounds. Spurs ball. 1:30 on the clock in overtime. What a game. What a game. Smoke that smoke said, I'm sick for not taking Caruso for 30. Pre-game? What? Spurs ball. Stephon Castle. I have to be honest, Castle looks a bit fatigued here, but he dumps it off to Wemby. Good ball movement here from the Spurs. Wemby missed a point-blank putback. You never see him miss that shot. There was no defender anywhere near him. And Alex Caruso saves the ball from going out of bounds by throwing it off Wemby. And the crowd is into this. Alex Caruso. This is a crazy performance from Alex Caruso. No joke. This game doesn't even go to overtime if it wasn't for Caruso. They would have lost by at least 10 points in regulation. The X factor of game 1, Alex Caruso. Unbelievable performance. And it's OKC ball. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He drives to the basket and he dunks. Wemby was just too late. He dunks. 24 points for Shai. And now OKC has control, up by 3. This is crazy. Champagny missed the 3. It's OKC ball. And they drain some clock here. They drain some clock. He missed. It's Spurs ball. Spurs down. Wemby hits a 3. Wemby hits a 3. It's a tie game. A deep stop and pop three in transition, and the crowd can't believe it. Are you guys seeing this? It's another timeout for OKC. This is a classic. We are watching a classic tonight. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about what happens later in the series, but I just have to be honest. Stephon Castle played well in the first half, but in the second half and in this overtime, Stephon Castle has looked fatigued. He looks a bit tired, but either way, it's a tie game, so it doesn't matter now. What a basketball game. What a basketball game. Smoke that smoke said it's giving Mafia vibes, my guy. And they showed Gilgeous-Alexander Walker screaming for his cousin, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. What a deep three. I mean, he was almost half court, Wemby, when he stopped and popped there. Like, that was all confidence there. Confidence. A weapon. You have a player that tall that can block shots at the rim, clean up putback opportunities, and then hit logo threes, stopping on a dime in transition. Unbelievable. Unbelievable skill. Both teams want it. Both teams are worthy. And there's a lot to discuss about this one. You're right. What a game. Mark Carpenter, Carl Winslow, Jay Darby, Smoke That Smoke, Flack, EWM community. A great call with that team total. I'm just seeing that now. EWM, great call with the team total bet, brother. Congrats. And they're about to inbound the ball now. OKC ball, chat. Side out. Alex Caruso inbounds it to AJ Mitchell. AJ Mitchell's at the top of the key. Dylan Harper matched up with him. They're taking some time off the clock. They can do that. 18 seconds on the clock, but only 16 on the shot clock. They're winding the clock down. They want to at least try to get the last shot attempt. But either way, the Spurs will get the ball. Shai drives to the basket. He turns around, double team on Shai to close him off. Oh my goodness. Don't tell me we're going to double overtime. They're going to check to see how much time's on the clock. Jalen Williams had a wide open three. Dylan Harper gets the rebound. And the Spurs call a timeout, but they might add time to the clock, chat. They might add time to the clock. Let's see. They are checking to see when they call the timeout here. Crazy. And Wemby got away with a hold. Wemby was holding Chet Holmgren. Did you see that? Wemby got away with a hold on the rebound attempt. He was holding Chet's jersey. That was crazy, but maybe the refs just couldn't see it. There were a lot of bodies there in front of the rim. And Wemby's laughing. He got away with one. But let's see, when did they call timeout? I can't see an angle of head coach Mitch Johnson. Devin Vassell called timeout immediately. There might be 1 second left. Let's see. They added 0.3 on the clock, 0.7 on the clock, chat. 0.7 on the clock. They added 0.3 of a second to the clock. And that's what they have to work with. 0.7 on the clock. Spurs ball. Half court. And what can they do? I mean, they're obviously going to try to lob it to Wemby, if possible. Chet's going to have to be on his A game here. And they're inbounding the ball. Oh! They tried to lob it for an alley-oop at the rim to Stephon Castle, and he couldn't get the ball. Alex Caruso with another defensive play. And we're going to double overtime in game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. This game will never end. I can't believe how unlucky I have been with 2 of my bets, Stephon Castle under and Chet Holmgren under. Neither player has scored for a long time. And because of the double overtime, now there's another chance for me to lose both bets. I had both players under, and I just can't believe this. I can't believe this. Overtime is where unders go to die. What a basketball game, though. What a basketball game. I'm glad to be watching it with you guys. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe to the channel. Let's enjoy it while we can. Welcome back, Jared. Yeah, you saw that, right? Yeah, it was too crowded in front of the rim on the previous play when OKC missed that shot, that three. Wemby did get away with the foul, but they couldn't see it. I don't think they saw that. Jared Weiss says double overtime is where unders go to die. I have to agree. P Patrol said he's sweating. Smoke said he crushed the over. Great call. Matt Harris said someone in the chat said they smelled overtime. Someone in the chat did say that. Ringside, welcome back. Welcome back, Ringside. Redbeard said game of the year. Carl Winslow said what a game. Jay Darby in the chat. He said he loves this game. P Patrol said this game has the same script as the opening night game against the Rockets. Andre Rogers says think of those with game total under. Sheesh. Yeah, same logic applies. Same logic applies. What a basketball game. Double overtime, 108-108. I mean, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. Call it now, chat. Everyone that's in the chat, have a great night, EWM. Have a great night, brother. Enjoy it all. Everyone, before double overtime starts, really quick, call it out. Who wins money line? Who wins game one? Spurs, Thunder. Who wins? Call it out. I'll give you a shout out before it tips off, it's about to tip off, but who wins? Digital Printhouse, it's a great game. Larry Mavid said Spurs. Jay Darby said unders are cooked because of double overtime now. Digital Printhouse said I had the under 221, that's cooked. Andre Rogers says Spurs. Redbeard said Spurs. Jay Darby said OKC wins. Jared Weiss says OKC. P Patrol said Spurs. Mark Carpenter said Spurs. DG said OKC wins and covers -6.5. Whoa. Digital Printhouse said Spurs. Chris said Thunder. Smoke That Smoke said I don't call game one. Much love to the sharpest chat on earth. Thank you for watching this game with me. This is one I will definitely remember. Dylan Harper got blocked at the rim. Shai goes the other way. He stops and pops. Devin Vassell sets defensively and doesn't let him shoot. AJ Mitchell has the ball now. Wemby's there. He's scared. He dumps it back to the top to Cason Wallace. Chet Holmgren has the ball now. Not much time to work with on the shot clock. 3 seconds to go. What defense from Dylan Harper? And Dylan Harper prevents Chet Holmgren from even getting a shot attempt. 7-foot Chet Holmgren couldn't get a shot attempt on Dylan Harper. Dylan Harper's a defensive monster. 6 steals and a block today for Dylan Harper. The rookie is going crazy. He's going crazy. Big Facts News says Spurs win. Sorry, I'm just seeing your answers now. Roll 51 said Chet under 16 points is alive. Ringside said double overtime. I'm surprised Wemby doesn't have 8 blocks. Me too. But either way, we'll learn from it. Another turnover from the Spurs. That's been a big story for them. They'll have to clean that up. They need De'Aaron Fox in the lineup. Julian Champagnie coughs it up. Shai goes the other way. He stops at the top of the key. No shot attempt from Shai. We have a step back 3 from Chet. He misses. He bricks the step back 3. And the Spurs get the rebound and they go the other way. Wemby at the top of the key. And he dunks the ball with authority. Chet was too late on his defensive rotations, and the Spurs are up by 2. 110-110. Big dunk from Wemby there. And the Spurs punch first. 110-108. We have a step back 3 attempt from Shai. It rims out. It was halfway down the rim. He almost put him on SportsCenter with that crossover. Wemby goes the other way, and we have a foul call. Wemby is giving it his all. They all are. Wemby falls to the ground, and he draws a foul. I think this foul might be on AJ Mitchell. It might be on Chet. We have free throws on the way for Wemby, chat. Yeah, OKC is playing frantic. I think if you're on their side, OKC might need to slow the game down. But either way, I mean, the Spurs are beating them to 50-50 loose balls, rebounding opportunities. They're beating them on the hustle plays, you know? But what's keeping OKC in the game is that the Spurs keep turning the ball over. Wemby is at the free throw line. This is a big moment here. He hits the first free throw. The foul was on AJ Mitchell, who has 5 fouls. And there are a few players in danger of fouling out here. AJ Mitchell is one of them. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is another. And Wemby is clutch at the line. He puts his team up by 4. He scored all 4 points in this double overtime. Wemby is clutch at the free throw line right now. OKC ball. Shai probing, trying to get into the teeth of the defense. Wemby is there to seal off the rim. Alex Caruso is wide open again. This time he misses the wide open 3. Fatigue might be a factor at this stage of the game. Wemby grabs his 22nd rebound. You saw that correctly. 22 rebounds for Wemby, chat. And it's OKC ball. It's OKC ball. And OKC turns the ball over again. It's a shot clock violation. 23 turnovers for the Spurs. The Spurs turn the ball over. Apologies, chat. 23 turnovers. For the San Antonio Spurs. And that was the biggest one there because Cason Wallace and the OKC Thunder respond with a 3 on the other end. Spurs up by 1. Cason Wallace with his second 3 of the game, 11 assists for Shai. That's their first field goal for 3 minutes. But Dylan Harper responds on the other end. How about 10 assists for Stephon Castle, even though he has like 11 or 12 turnovers? Dylan Harper with the layup, the rookie, with 21 points. And he is in some pain right now. Is there a foul on this play? Dylan Harper is grabbing his mouth. Looks like he took a shot to the face. Smoke that smoke said OKC is running out of gas. Andre Rogers, he cashed. Great call, fam. Jared Weiss says he doesn't like OKC's body language. So it's a hectic game. Yeah, 20 plus rebound performance for the alien Wemby. Castle has a triple double ringside. Hit the like button for me, everyone. Thanks a lot. And they're reviewing this for a possible flagrant foul, I believe. He took a shot to the face. It looks like Shai punched Dylan Harper, man. I'm just being honest, guys. You guys saw that? Pure cinema. For two small markets that have superstars, this is huge. This is huge for the league. Yeah, it looks worse in slow motion, J. Darby. Larry Mavis said, this is pure cinema. Andre Rogers says, quick jab. And Dylan Harper hits the layup. OKC ball, Spurs up by 4. Wow, Shai turns it over. His 4th turnover of the game. And guess who stole the ball? Dylan Harper records his 7th steal of the game. But it's still not over. J-Dub with the block. He blocks Dylan Harper on the other end. And then Jalen Williams hits a 3. Whoa. Spurs up by 1. J-Dub with the 3. This is a heavyweight battle. This is a heavyweight battle. Unbelievable. Spurs up by 1. Spurs ball. And 1. Victor Wembanyama. 38 points for Wemby. He dunks the ball once again. And he posterized Chet Holmgren. He just postered Chet Holmgren. He just postered Chet Holmgren, chat. And Wemby hits the free throw. Devin Vassell just blocked Chet Holmgren at the rim. Chet was so soft in this game. Chet was so soft in this game. Absolute madness. Wemby scores again. That's 41 points for Victor Wembanyama. Alien. 11 assists for Stephon Castle, and the Spurs are cruising now. OKC, they ran out of gas. 6-point lead. 22 seconds left. What a game. What a game. This was amazing. This was absolutely amazing. What a pass, too. I criticized Stephon Castle for turning the ball over as often as he did here, but it doesn't matter if they get the win. It doesn't matter. Stephon Castle, UConn legend. I agree, Ringside. Ridiculous draft. J. Darby. You guys saw Chet get just embarrassed on both ends of the court. He got blocked by Devin Vassell, and he got posterized by Wemby. Incredible. And I'm very thankful to have watched this game with you guys. Thanks for being here. Shout out to the real ones. I said it was going to be a long stream. Hey, you guys, let's see. Whoa, it's 3 blocks for Wemby. That's crazy. It's too little too late. It's too little too late. Wemby with a virtuoso performance. And Dylan Harper's going to the free throw line, chat. Dylan Harper is going to the free throw line. Too much off time for sure. For sure. Smoke. Larry Mavitt said 90-pound Chet. Jared Weiss says OG's not going to let Wemby do that. No chance. Mark Carpenter said you still might win the under with Castle points. Yeah, yeah, it's true. I still have a chance. I have a chance to maybe go 4-3 here. Maybe squeak out the slightest of profits. At least I didn't get wiped, but either way, another live stream tomorrow. Make sure you guys check my channel page on YouTube. You guys know the channel page where I post, like I write posts. You guys can see updates and stuff. Make sure you guys check that every now and then. And Dylan Harper hits both free throws. Pete Patrol said, this is the best game I've ever watched, and I had a bag on the Spurs money line. They just fouled Alex Caruso on a 3-point attempt. Alex Caruso is going to shoot 3 free throws here, and he makes the first. A lack of the defensive discipline there from Julian Champagny, but it's not going to matter because of the margin here. There just isn't enough time. There just isn't enough time. Yeah, yep. Until tomorrow, Andre Rogers. I'll have WNBA as well. Check out my video and I upload that, and then I'll stream in the evening for Cavs-Knicks Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals. Have a great night, Andre Rogers. Have a great night, brother. Pete Patrol, ringside, Mark Carpenter, Redbeard, everyone. And the Spurs did this without De'Aaron Fox. Very impressive, right? And that's it. That's the final score, chat. That's the final score. I want to say thank you guys. Final score, San Antonio 122. OKC Thunder 115. It's the Spurs steal Game 1 on the road without De'Aaron Fox in a double overtime classic. Victor Wembanyama dropped 41 points with like a million rebounds. Alex Caruso turned into Klay Thompson today. A triple-double from Stephon Castle, although he needs to clean things up with his turnovers. Big shout out to everyone that was watching the stream, who won their bets, even if you lost your bets. It was a great game to watch with the sharpest chat on earth. I just have to bring the picks back up. So we won the live bet with Chet under 11.5 points. We lost the live bet with Dylan Harper. 1-1 there. I won the parlay. Wemby 10 rebounds, Harper 4 assists. We won with Stephon Castle under 18.5 points. We lost with Julian Champagny under 9.5 points and Wemby 4+ blocks. We lost with those, but we won with Keldon Johnson over 8.5 points. So honestly, I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. We went 4-3. So 4 wins, 3 losses. I mean, it could have been way worse, chat. Honestly, I just want to say thank you guys for being here. I will be back again tomorrow. Turn notifications on. Let's do this again tomorrow. It's my guy knows it, guys. Shout out to all the real ones in the chat. Everyone that sent super chat donations as well. I truly appreciate you. I'm going to get hard to work on tomorrow's games. There's only one game in the NBA, one game in the WNBA. Going to upload a video for you guys for the WNBA. Let's keep that, the good times rolling there. Thank you so much, guys. Don't bet more than you can afford to lose. It's My Guy Knows a Guy. Catch me in the Discord. Come join the group chat in the Discord. Let's talk about the game there after the stream. The free Discord link is in the description below. I know a lot of you probably need some time to relax right now, but let's talk about it in the Discord. Either way, have a great night. Sharpest chat on earth. Much love to every single one of you. I'll see you guys here again tomorrow. And that's it. The best is yet to come. That was fun. And the real ones were here. Enjoy your night, everyone.